Good evening. Today is Wednesday, June 21st. The time is 6:03. We've confirmed a quorum, and this regular meeting of the Board of Trustees will come to order. We're going to start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. One of our outstanding graduates from Montwood High School class of 2023 will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight. Isaiah Villarreal is a shining example of the wonderful things that can happen when students seize their opportunities in ESSA ISD. After discovering the robotics program in 5th grade, Isaiah went on to become Montwood High School's robotics team president. He led his team to the FRC Robotics World Championship this year, where they were named first place All-Star Rookie Team. Before graduating in the top 10% of his class in June, Isaiah served as an officer in the school's Synergy 4 T-STEM Academy and as parliamentarian in the National Honor Society. His success culminated with a $70,000 scholarship to attend the Massachusetts Institute of Technology this fall, where he will study aerospace engineering. We wish you all the best, Isaiah. Please join us in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's give Isaiah another round of applause, please. Continuing with our agenda, we'll continue with the superintendent's comments, but before that, I'd just like to wish a speedy recovery to Ms. Gardea, who had surgery yesterday, and her reason for being out today. So speedy recovery. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, President Nájera, members of the board, and also to our Socorro ISD community. I want to begin by reminding our Socorro ISD community that the summer meal service, which provides free meals to all children ages 18 and under, is still ongoing through June 30th. It's from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Monday through Friday. This information can be found on the district's website. This service is courtesy of our Child Nutrition Service Department. Thank you to our CNS department for going above and beyond for our students and community. I also would like to remind our Socorro community that applications for our 4 new elementary academies can be found on our website. The 4 new elementary academies will be open for the 2023-2024 school year and is open to all students in the district. A couple of upcoming events: Socorro ISD, in partnership with the Isleta Lions Club and 5 Points Lion Club, will be hosting the 13th annual school uniform swap this Saturday from 8 a.m. to noon at Eastlake High School. I look forward to sharing this successful event with our community. Finally, the district will be closed beginning July 3rd through the 7th for our summer break. Please be safe and have fun. We'll see you next year for another great school year. This concludes my comments.
Thank you, Dr. Corman. We'll continue with board honors. Mr. Escobar.
Good evening, President Nájera, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Carmen. My name is Daniel Escobar, Chief Communications Officer for the district, and it is my pleasure to introduce tonight's recognitions. If you will please step down to receive our honorees. Our first recognition will honor the Bill Seibert School Student Council for being one of 6 councils in the El Paso area to earn the Middle Level Texas Association of Student Councils Outstanding Student Council and Sweepstakes Awards. They are among 244 student councils to receive this recognition statewide. Congratulations to these amazing students. They are Riley Belletti, Richard Brooks, Annabelle Camarillo, Devani Levecchia, Kira Ross, Mia Ruiz. And their student co-sponsor is Don Brooks. If we can have you back to the front for a photo. And just a quick note, as they are gathering for that photo, that all of the portraits and photos taken by our district photographer, Mr. Largo, are posted on our district SmugMug account. On the bottom right-hand corner of our website, there's a camera icon that will take you to SmugMug, where these photos can be found and are available for free high-resolution download. And parents as well, you're welcome to come up and take pictures next to Mr. Largo as well.
Ready, 1, 2, 3.
Congratulations once again. Our next recognition goes to middle school students who earned the Platinum Award in the Regional Junior Visual Arts Scholastic Event, or VACE. The mission of VACE is to recognize exemplary student achievement in the visual arts by providing art students and programs a standard of excellence in which to achieve. Students compete in 4 divisions, and the top 10% of each division's artworks are awarded a platinum medal. Congratulations to these winners. From Herschel Antoine Middle School, representing her student who was unable to attend, Michelle Villalobos. From John Drugan School, Samantha Badillo. Her teacher is Laura Aragon. From Socorro Middle School, Dariana Herrera. And Ali Lopez. Her teacher is Ivan Ortega. And from Hernando Middle School, Mia Ortiz. And her teacher is Sergio Lopez. If we can have you all please return to the front for a photo. You want to open it up? Sorry.
Okay, ready, 1, 2, 3.
All right, keep smiling and looking straight forward. Congratulations once again. Next, we will recognize SISD Destination Imagination teams that competed at the 2023 DI Lone Star Finals in Arlington, Texas, and advanced to the Global Finals in Kansas City, Missouri. Global Finals is a culminating tournament for the Destination Imaginations Challenge experience, with the top teams from around the world competing in their respective team challenges. Congratulations to these amazing Destination Imagination teams. We'll begin with Herschel Antoine Middle School, Natlia Aldaz. Brielle Cameron. Madison Espinosa. Edith Flores, Lorelai Jauregui, Miliani Moriel. Team managers, Vanessa Payan, as well as Michelle Villalobos. We'll continue with students in the team from Sunridge Middle School, Aubrey Keandra Cameron, Allison Faith Dickerson, Kyla Miranda Dickerson, Alexandra Isabel Garcia, Alyssa Michelle Paredes, also continuing with this team from Socorro High School, Nicolas Manuel Barrios, and team manager Rosalba Rodriguez. If we can please have you all back to the front for a photo.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3.
All right, keep smiling, keep smiling. Congratulations once again. Next, we recognize the Montwood High School softball team for winning the 2022-23 UIL 1-6A District Softball Championship. The team's record for the season was 17-17-12 overall and 12-4 in district play. Several of these talented team members earned spots in the District 1-6A first and second teams. Congratulations to the Montwood High School softball team. Carolina Aguirre, Natalia Barajas, Brooke Gill, Ashley Gutierrez, Nave Heredia, Francis Licon, Grace Ponzio, Lorelai Rodriguez, Isabel Salazar, Sofia Sandoval, Mia Tellez, Sofia Velez, Assistant Coach Jill Joseph, Jessica Palanco, Sara Polanco, and they're led by head coach Cynthia Hernandez. You got it? Congratulations once again. Okay, Our next recognition is for the Pebble Hills High School baseball team, which for a second consecutive year won a UIL 6A by-district baseball championship. The team had a record season with 27 wins, only 8 losses, and 2 ties. Congratulations to the Pebble Hills High School baseball team. Aiden Alexander Acosta. Jacob Daniel Alvarez. Andres Omar Ambriz. Andrew Isaiah Camacho. Caleb Gabriel Herrera. Rafael Jaques. Fernie Evan Lopez. Jaden Melendez. Assistant coaches are Roger Enriquez, Roger Favela, Rich Pedregon, and they're led by head coach Nick Alvarez. Can you see everybody?
Ready, 1, 2, 3.
Keep smiling. Do we get it? Congratulations once again. Next, we honor the America's High School baseball team for winning the 2022-23 UIL 16A District Championship, a 6A by-district championship, and a 6A area baseball championship. The America's High School program was ranked number 9 by the Texas High School Baseball Coaches Association. The team had 14 wins and 2 losses in district play. Individual accolades include District 16A Most Valuable Player, Easton Mumau, El Paso Times Most Valuable Player, Stefan Sepulveda, District 16A Pitcher of the Year, Santana Hernandez, and El Paso Baseball Hall of Fame Co-Players of the Year, Easton Mumau and Adrian Quintana. Congratulations to the America's High School baseball team. Isaac Arrieta, Gael Bernal, José Luis Cabrera, Andres López, Armando Márquez, Mao Munoz, Adrian Quintana, Steven Sepulveda, Andres Suarez, Josh Varela, Ozzy Zavala, and they're led by head coach Jesse Munoz.
Job, coach.
Get ready, 1, 2, 3.
One more. Congratulations once again. For our final recognitions, we honor students in career and technical student organizations for winning first, second, or third at state competitions and qualifying for national competitions. Some 160 SISD students won top spots at the national competitions. These CTE students received hands-on experience and refined their leadership and personal development skills through the numerous CTSO competitions. Congratulations to these ambitious students, and we will recognize them by their competition category. Beginning with TSA, Technology Student Association from Clark Middle School, Leah Chacon. Also from Clark, Sergio Hernandez. And Matthew Monares. From Eastlake High School, Joseph Garcia. Brandon Garcia. Another student from Clark Middle School, Vielka Gonzalez. From Herschel Antoine Middle School, Ian Enriquez. Also from Antoine, Isabella Enriquez. As well as Juliet Salcido. From Jane A. Hambrick School, Ana Nunez Rivero. Evan Ritchie. And Diego Sanchez. From Montwood Middle School, Frida Alvarez. Philip Joseph. Karimel Lopez Gonzalez. From Puentes Middle School, Giovanni Aparicio. Armando Garcia. Andrea Hernandez. And Andrew Pham. And from William D. Slider Middle School, Aiden Diaz. Elias Gallegos. Emmeline Lidstrom. Ivana Morales. And Naomi Robles. If we can have all of our TSA students to the front for a photo, please.
No, Jose.
And architecture.
Yeah, you're good. And Christina out. 21. Yes.
And then skills is one.
Yes. Tap is formed. Page 24 on the bottom.
One, two, three.
Keep smiling, keep smiling. Just look straight ahead. Don't look at your parents. Just look straight ahead. Congratulations once again.
Okay. All the rest are good. Okay.
We'll recognize students from numerous organizations or CTSO competitions in the next group, beginning with Business Professionals of America, or BPA competitions. From Mission Early College High School, Cristina Pan. Also from Mission Early College High School, David Ruvalcaba. From Pebble Hills High School, Jesus Perez. And as well as Ana Rodarte. From Skills USA competition from America's High School, Andres Favela. From Taffy Educators Rising, Pebble Hills High School, Olivia Hernandez. We'll ask this group of students to join us for a photo.
Okay, ready? One, two, three.
Keep smiling, keep smiling. Almost there. Congratulations once again. For our final recognition, we recognize the outstanding, always successful Montwood High School robotics team who won state runner-up at the first Tech Challenge World Competition as well as first place all-star rookie team at the FRC Robotics World Championship. Representing the team tonight, Adrian Arredondo. Ana Bucaya. Mark Freire. Emilio Lopez. Magali Rodriguez. Jose Sangrador. Ishan Sudkantor. Samantha Villarreal. And Isaiah Villarreal. Fitting. Keep smiling, looking straight ahead. Congratulations once again. And that concludes our recognitions for this evening.
Okay, let's continue with open forum. The board encourages comments from members of the public. However, the primary purpose of this meeting is to conduct district business. Therefore, to ensure the efficient conduct of this meeting, all speakers must comply with the following rules. Address the board at all times. Only persons who have timely signed up to speak will be called to speak. Comments should pertain to district issues or business. In accordance with board policy, respect the rights of others, display civility and decorum, and refrain from using harmful and offensive content such as defamatory, obscene, or fighting words or gestures. Complaints will be referred to a grievance policy. Please do not engage in conduct that disrupts or delays this meeting. Each speaker is legally responsible for the content and consequences of their own statements. In order to have enough time to complete all items on the agenda, each speaker will be given 3 minutes, and if a person speaks on multiple agenda items, not more than a total of 5 minutes. All speakers, including those signed to speak up on agenda items, will be called either during open forum or at the agenda item, wherever they signed up to speak during open. The presiding officer will take all necessary measures to ensure that order and decorum is preserved during the meeting. We expect all persons to promptly comply with the presiding officer's directives. By law, the board cannot discuss or act on any item which is not posted on the agenda. Thank you for your cooperation. First up on open forum is Ethan Chavez.
Hello, board members and superintendent. My name is Ethan Chavez. I would like to start off by thanking you for removing my sister and I from Hambrick, where our mother, Denise Melton, works at. That helps take some issues away that we have been having with our mother, sorry. I have another favor to ask. Can you please remove the criminal trespass SISD has on my dad? He did absolutely nothing wrong to deserve it. He was unable to go to my sister's nor my award ceremony, field trip, drop us out of school, or pick us up. I don't want to miss out on these moments with my dad. Again, he did nothing to deserve it. Thank you. I hope this gets cleared out.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Continuing, we have Ms. Gabriela Castañeda Chavez, please.
Good evening. I'm following from my stepson. I am Gabriela Castañeda Chavez. I am a proud SISD educator and a step-parent of this young man that just spoke. I, too, am grateful for my stepchildren attending their home campus this coming school year and not under the school that their mother is currently working at. This has been a great relief on the children, especially Ethan. I pray that the relief of this situation almost comes to an end. It would be greatly appreciated if the board can assist with the removal of the criminal trespass that was falsely placed on Ethan's dad, Gabriel Chavez, as this is affecting the well-being of the children, especially Ethan, and then being an SISD student. Thank you for your time, and I hope to hear from you soon.
Thank you, Ms. Castañeda Chavez. Next up, Manuel Ruiz.
Good evening. I want to start with a joke. What do you call someone with 3 eyes? Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Superintendent Dr. Carmen and board members, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I am here about a raise. On the news, we hear about another district getting, I think, a 3.65 raise, and that's okay. You know, it's not a competition. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be a competition to see what district gives the biggest raise. But the truth is that we all put for the same amount of effort, okay? And we don't stop. Even yesterday, I was at a training, and the teachers behind me, sitting behind me, were talking, planning the next school year. And I said, you guys are working already? And they said, yeah, we got to be ready. And that's what we do. We don't stop. We don't stop. And during that training, I got to hear beautiful stories about our district students. It was motivating and encouraging to hear others' experiences with their scholars. This is why we do it. We had the opportunity to work, create, and play like kids. It was so much fun. I didn't have to behave. It was fun. I got to interact with lots of teachers. I never heard one complaint. Nothing, not one complaint. Because we're looking forward to next year. We're looking forward to that new start. I know that I have no doubt that I'm going to have a great year. Today, I'm here in hopes of a 6% raise. And you know, we're not struggling. I can't say that my wife and I are struggling. We're empty nesters with 4 dogs, but our dogs are fine. They get their doctor's appointments and they eat well. And my daughters get their, my youngest just graduated from college, but she gets the money she needs and she's okay. She's not demanding at all. So I can't say that we're struggling. I can't say that I can't stand here and say we're not making ends meet. Things are so tough. No. But there's some teachers out there that are struggling. There's some teachers out there that aren't making ends meet. There's some teachers out there that rely on their own income to support their families. But you don't know that. And we don't expect you to know that. You can walk into any classroom and you won't know. You won't know. Is that my 3 minutes? It is? Okay. So how about that 5% raise? We shouldn't be having to ask. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ruiz. Next up, Mr. Sammy Carejo.
Do I get 5 minutes, 3 minutes? I wasn't here.
You get a total of 5 minutes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to
So-
speak twice. Gotcha. Okay, thank you so much.
But hold on. You signed up for 2 items.
Correct.
How would you like to split that time?
I'd like to split it 2 and 3.
Okay, so 2 minutes this time?
Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that. My first thing I want to talk about was this exactly, the rules and regulations of how we speak. When we went up front, we were told, do you want to speak open forum or do you want to speak on one of the items? And of course, last time we had an issue. So I am glad that either legal counsel or somebody took a look at it because that's what needs to be done. We need to be able to speak freely and not change the rules just depending on the political climate out there, okay? So, having said that, there is other issues that I am concerned about dealing with rules and regulations, okay? I know there was another issue dealing with how items are brought up to the board. We tried to do where it took 3 people in a committee to submit it to get it approved before even it came to the board. I just want to make sure that everybody out here, and especially watching at the cameras, know the rules and regulations are supposed to be followed by everybody, not just the people sitting here, not just by the parents, community members, but also by board members, by board presidents, and superintendents. So thank you for fixing that problem. I don't know if it was me who came in here making a big deal about it, me reaching out to TASB or to TEA, but whatever the reason is, I am definitely glad that it's been fixed. Now, I talk a lot, I know that. So, on Mr. Chavez's situation, that issue there, first of all, the way Mr. Chavez was put on a criminal trespass, first was illegal. First of all, you have to give him a warning. He was never given a warning. 2, it has to have an ending period. There is no ending period. It's forever. That is against the law. So hopefully you guys will take a look at it, see that 1, it wasn't necessary, 2, it was done illegally. So whenever we follow the rules and regulations, orders have to be legal. So, well, I was going to say I recommend your legal counsel look at it, but they're no longer here. So hopefully the new legal counsel we pick will go ahead and take a look at that and agree with me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Carejo. That's all we have for open forum. We do have other individuals signed up to specific agenda items. Those individuals will be called just prior to or just as that item comes up. So we continue. Item number 6, public hearings. The 2023-24 Every Student Succeeds Act public notice meeting. Dr. Starkey.
Good evening, President Nahara, members of the board, and Dr. Carmen. I'm here before you this time, this evening, to discuss our annual public hearing to present that on our ESSA grant award that I will apply for tomorrow morning. Okay, as soon as we go ahead and get this get this done, and we'll submit that in. Want to just go ahead and have this hearing as is required each year to do so. So there's most of you have heard this before, of course, but as we just kind of, just real quick, we go over it to talk about what we're going to be doing, where this is from. Of course, Elementary Secondary Education Act started in 1965, okay, before maybe lots and lots of us in this room were born, okay, but so it's been around a long time. Okay, ESSA, of course, was reauthorized as that in 2015, and it's been that way since. The basis of having the Elementary and Secondary Education Act has always been to close the gaps for students that have who have economic disadvantages. So Title I Part A is the most common one that we know, but there are others where it's evolved over time. Okay, so I'm not going to do the history lesson here, but you can read that if you want to on your own time if you'd like, or maybe you already read it. Of course, one thing I wanted to point out was that 40% economically disadvantaged, that was passed in 2001. That makes a school school-wide. Okay, so that means that in our school district, all schools have above 40% economic disadvantage. So even though our calculations for Title I-A are based on the economically disadvantaged population, all students in every school can access Title I services. Okay. So we have Title I-A, we have migrant education, Title I-C, Title II-A, supporting effective instruction, Title III-A is English language acquisition, and Title IV-A is student support and academic enrichment. There's a couple we don't qualify for that have to do with like rural cooperatives and things like that. Okay, we don't have that here. Right, and those are our planning amounts that we've been notified that we will apply for post-haste. $17.525 million across the 5 funding sources. Of course, migrant is the smallest. It is like that in most districts around here just because we're so highly urbanized at this point. But we still get some to serve those students. And then the others, the bottom 3 are kind of mid-range, and of course, Title I-A is always the big one. Okay? So Title I-A, we know that 70% of that has to be distributed to the campuses for their use at their level. One of the things I always like to point out when I do this one is that it says 70% goes to the campuses. That's true. But at the same time, though, when we look at our parent and family engagement and when we look at our district-wide instructional initiatives, the ones that Ms. Borrego leads for us, it's probably, those get down to the schools, so we're probably, school-wide, it's probably closer to 90, and then up here, some reservations to administer the programs and the indirect cost, and then there you've got it. Okay? Parental and family engagement is one that I like to highlight because there's a rule in ESSA that says, and this one's an interesting one, math one, 95% of 1%. I don't know, why do they have to do that? Why can't they just say 1? Okay? But that's how much parent and family engagement has to be reserved. We do 12 times that with our parent liaison programs and our parent liaison positions, our CIS program combined. So I'm always like to note that one. Okay, so moving on from there. On this one, I'm not going to go through all of these, but these are the amounts based on that are going to be allocated to the schools. These are in the hopper. They're ready to go for July 10th. Okay, those are the Title I allotments that are going to be received to start off. Okay, so then we go on to the migrant education program. It's pretty self-explanatory. It's meant for those students, and we've got our group. We take care of them. Okay, it's not as many as it perhaps may have been in another time, but we try to make sure that we've tried to recruit them. We try to take care of their instructional supplies, extra duty. There's a family engagement component in that too that we've got to make sure that we comply with. Title II Part A, that's led by my boss, Ms. Borrego, and then my colleagues Gina Exensory and Carmen Crusay. That's supporting effective instruction. In other words, help the teachers get better, help the principals get better, and help other school leaders get better because that will help the kids get better. So there's a lot of payroll because we have a number of instructional officers in our Academic Services Department. 9 strong are funded with Title II as supplemental to the others, so we can make sure that we more than cover all of the areas, for improvement. And of course, also there's lots of professional development also, maybe not lots, but like the rest of it pretty much is kind of taken up with that. There's opportunities that exist as part of being able to do that and help the improvements to happen. Okay, Title III, my colleague Joanne Anguiano heads this up. This is English language acquisition. Also pretty self-explanatory. Something I always like to say about this, though, is that it's supplemental to supplemental, because you got your general basic that can be for anybody. There is a state bilingual fund that has a program intent code that's based for that. So this is our federal Title III, so that's even on top of that. So you're getting to a point there where like, okay, we're really narrowing it down. I mean, it'd be kind of hard to mess that one up, right? Okay, like with that many. So there's a lot of payroll with that because there's campus support with teacher assistants that get paid through that to help students that have English language acquisition. The other half of the day's general fund, and they work on that through the LPAC, which that's also important, but that's something else. There is a family engagement component in that also. We know Latino family literacy, that's always a lot of fun, but that's not just the one big event. They have that going all during the year. And then there's instructional supplies, technology at times if it's proven to be used for this particular area. Okay, and then our Title IV, that's kind of our, that's sort of like our, it's the well-rounded, the safe and healthy, helping to provide kind of new opportunities, open new doors. Very important that it's very supplemental in nature. I mean, it really has to meet these standards, has to be innovative in nature, and we try very hard to do that. We have funding going here that supports our dual language program as it continues to grow, to support our early colleges as they continue to grow, to support making sure that we have as many students as possible have advanced placement access. My daughter told me I don't want to take the AP physics test. I'm not going to go. And then she said, but it'll cost you $40, Dad. I was all like, you better be there whether you answer one question on that right. Okay, so in other words, we want to open up the doors, but we also want to make sure that it's the participation. And then as we go on from there, we have some fine arts initiatives that we've continued to have for years. And then last, but definitely not least, I was saving it for last, we've got, as our academies expand, we're doing lots of support with that out of Title IV and in the areas that it's allowable, because those are innovative programs, and those are getting to be a big new thing with the new ones that we have. So we've got several major initiatives here that students have access to at all levels with Title IV. Used to be kind of a tough one. It was a tough one to figure out at first, but through the years we've gotten pretty good. And so that's the public hearing. We're really looking forward to another great year with everything that we have to offer, and with the $17.525 million that'll be coming our way across those 5 programs. So that is what I have for tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
And this being a public hearing, we do have to solicit public input. Is there anyone who would like to, any questions, any feedback? No? Then we'll continue. Thank you, Dr. Starkey.
Okay. Thank you all. Have a good night.
We'll continue with 6B, the proposed 2023-2024 school district budget and discussion of proposed tax rate. Ms. Perez.
Good evening, President Nájera, members of the board, and Dr. Carmen. This evening, we're going to go over the proposed budget and tax rate. This may look familiar. Hold on. I'm not able to go to the next slide. Okay, there we go. So the revenue assumptions for 23-24 are based on several things. The main one being the property values. For this year, we did have a 26% growth from 19.3 billion to a projected tax value of 24.4 billion. So this is still under a preliminary amount. Those certified values are not released until July 25th, so I do anticipate that that will be appealed for some households, and that will decrease very, very slightly. We have a projected average daily attendance of 45,996, and our maintenance and operation tax rate is going to be at, as of right now, 85 cents. That will be the proposal come August. Thank you, sir. There is no change from the prior year to this next coming year for the tax rates. Some of the budget drivers for the 23-24 school year are a proposed pay increase of 2% for teachers, nurses, librarians, counselors, and all job classes. We do have staffing positions that we need to have for Eastlake Middle School. We have an increase in cost of utilities, and we do have preliminary funding for the 4 elementary academies. So our estimated revenues in all funds, and I'll go over 199, the total source of revenues is $500,483,327. For National School Breakfast and Lunch, our child nutrition program, $37,734,138. For our debt service accounts, that would be $56,269,693, for a total of $594,487,158. This is on the revenue side. On the expenditure side, the numbers will correlate with the revenues in each respective fund. So the revenues and the expenditures do match. However, I do want to point out that on the, whoops. Let me go back 2 slides. Gentlemen, can you go back 2 slides? I want to point out that there is a deficit in the general fund of $15,220,000. And so that is so that we can meet the expenditures in the 199 account. So we do want to talk about the tax rates. In the preceding year, you'll see at the top the appraisal values were 19.3 billion. This year we're looking at 24.4 billion. So we have the appraised value of the new property, as well as the taxable value of all property and the taxable value of new property. On the bottom, that is where you see the average market value of the residence. Last year it was at $206,000. This year it is estimated at $232,000. When we look at what that looks like per $100 valuations at the current tax rate, we see that there will be an increase of taxes of $293.98 on the average household. That is at the same tax rate. Any questions about that in particular? That is a little harder to understand. However, that we are not adopting a tax rate at this point. That will be in August. And that does conclude the public portion side of it. Do you have any questions from the board?
Questions? And since this also is a hearing, we would solicit feedback, input, questions from the public. Anybody with questions? Mr. Carejo?
No surprise, right? Funny. All right, my concern is Ms. Perez, she does everything she's told to do, okay? I remember last time she made a comment.
Mr. Carejo, question?
Yes, yeah, the question is, can I go ahead and just set the question up? He started with a joke. Do you mind if I start up with a setup?
It was public forum, sir.
Okay, why are we spending so much money, Mr. Nájera? The issue here is not what those numbers are. The issue is why. Are we being fiscally responsible? You know, Ms. Perez only does what she's told to do. The checks are signed. But I hate hearing when she says, I'll pay for it, I'll pay for it. Because at the end of the day, who's paying for it? We are. So I know her job is to show the numbers, okay? What we're not seeing, because it's too hard. And most people, and you guys know this, nobody likes numbers. Do you see how many people left once we start talking about numbers? The majority of the crowd leaves. That's my concern. But then there's people like me and you. We're numbers guys, right? We understand the numbers. And since I do understand the numbers, I'm seeing all that right there, and I got a ton of questions. But right now is not the time. But I am letting you know that I see those numbers, and I want to dive into them and ask, why are we spending that much money? Why? There's a lot of leaks here in SISD, okay? Where is all of our equipment? Do we know where they are? Do we have serial numbers? Have previous employees taken equipment from here, okay? I am currently investigating that. I'm not going to disclose everything, but guess what? The answer is yes. And until we stop those leaks, those numbers are going to keep going up and up. Second, tax rate. It happened to us in the city of El Paso County. Everybody here can go ahead and agree that the city said they didn't raise our taxes, but guess what? We're paying more taxes, right? And that is what SI is doing now. We didn't raise your taxes, but we're paying more. So you're asking more for the tax rate. Then you're asking for, I think later on, 10 more cents for school lunches. You're asking for money. My question to you, Mr. Nájera, why are you asking for so much money? You can't answer that, right? That's why I didn't want to just ask a question, because it wouldn't be fair for me to ask you why. Why you don't have enough information in front of you to be able to answer that question. Isn't that correct, Mr. Nájera?
That I don't have enough information to answer that question?
Yes, sir.
Why, that's certainly not a question that anybody could answer with a one statement.
Exactly, and that's why I didn't want to ask a question, sir. My question was more broad. I was trying to set it up in a nice way, but unfortunately you cut me out, so I had to get a little bit more aggressive. And I'm getting aggressive, with all due respect, for the taxpayer. The taxpayer who's sick and tired of hearing more money, more money, more money. We understand the price of everything is going up, but what are we doing to minimize that, okay? We're talking about we don't have money, we don't have money. We have here on both sides, the teachers' unions asking for more money. My thing is we don't need to get more money. What we need to do is use the money we have properly. And until we start becoming more fiscally responsible, then we're gonna have Ms. Pettis continue to tell us it's going up, it's going up, it's going up. I yield my time, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, then we'll continue. Just as a reminder, the final tax rate will not be adopted until the board meeting in August. We'll continue with district reports. Item 7A, district-wide intruder detection audit report findings. Dr. Cruz.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Nájera, members of the board, Dr. Carmen. The top priority of Socorro Independent School District and the state of Texas is keeping students and staff safe every day. The Texas School Safety Center recently conducted an intruder detection audit in one or more of our campuses. The audits test whether a campus is accessible to an unauthorized individual and seeks to help districts identify how campuses can improve safety for students. We're working closely with our district school safety and security committee to ensure that we are training all of our staff and securing our doors for the protection of everyone at our campuses. Conducting the intruder detection audits is just one of the many actions we're taking to ensure the schools are safe. We acknowledge that parents and community members are likely very interested in the details of the audit results. However, it is in the best interest of the students that we do not share this information to the broader public, as it could lead to compromising important campus security information. Specific details of the intruder detection audit will be discussed in the executive session and with the Safety and Security Committee. Socorro ISD is committed to providing a safe and secure learning environment for our students and staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cruz. 7B, the facilities report. Ms. Fierro.
Good evening, President, Mr. Nájera, board members, Dr. Carmen. My name is Liliana Fierro. I'm the Director of Facilities and Construction. I'm here to present an update on the 2017 bond projects. Also on projects not related to the bond, and an update on the ESSA projects that are being managed by Maintenance Department. So starting with I'm sorry, I cannot see from here. So starting with the summary of the projects, 2017 bond, we have SAC 2 construction ongoing for the new combo currently being Narberth and East Lake Middle School. The contractor's working on the punch list. For maintenance and facilities building, we're still in the design phase. For Socorro High School reconstruction, construction is ongoing. And for El Dorado High School, the closeouts are ongoing. Our plan is to present to you on August board meeting, the final change order and final payment for El Dorado High School. For the other projects, items 6 through 17, those projects are already completed 100%, and the final change order and final payment have been approved by the board. Moving on to Socorro High School, our coordinator, Susana Godina, working in coordination with BLK Architects and BTC. The scope of work for this project, as you know, was divided into packages. Package 1 includes band practice lot, softball, baseball, and tennis courts. Tonight, we're gonna present to you the final change order and final payment for package 1 only. For package 2, we have phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. As you can see in the highlighted green area, phase 2 and phase 1 and phase 2 of package 2 are already completed, and the contractor's working on the punch list and warranty items. For package 2, phase 3, that it's ongoing. The installation of the iron fence and chain link fence, it's ongoing. The first layer of the asphalt for drive has been placed, and the installation of the salt for the playfields are ongoing as well. Here are some progress photos for the new practice fields area and the fire lane access road. Do you have any questions for Socorro High School? Okay. Moving on to SAC number 2. Again, our coordinator, Susana Godina, working with SKS Architects and Baines General Contractors. This project has a 58% completion. The construction contract value hasn't changed. And as you are aware, that the blue and green highlighted areas are already completed and being occupied. And for the construction zone, you can see it on the pink highlighted area. The contractor is working in the installation of the CMU, the interior frame layout, the underground utility, it's ongoing, and the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing rough-ins are ongoing as well. Here are some photos of the progress, showing the south parking lot, Discus and Chatwood area, another view of the south parking lot towards the district building, and just to show you very quick, so the district building is the rectangle just right below the stadium, if you can see it. The next photo is the side view. The next group of photos showing the gabion walls, the locker rooms, fine arts, and building. This is the district building. That includes the locker rooms and the fine arts. And the last photo, the visitor side. Do you have any questions on SAC 2?
With the funding that we have, is that the funding that's already been allocated, is that gonna be sufficient, or should we expect anything that's, price is gonna rise and you guys are gonna come and ask, or the contractor's gonna come and ask for more money?
Right now, and I'm gonna be honest, Mr. Barrera, as you know, since the beginning of the project, the contingency was 2.5 million. So right now, we have only $1 million for contingency. And for the size of this project, $1 million, it could be not enough. So right now, we're working with a contractor, seeing if we're gonna need an additional funding, and if they need, we're gonna present it to you.
So we already tapped into 1.5.
It will be 2 million, probably. Oh, no, right now, we have only 1 million.
Correct, so we only tapped into 1.5 million.
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Carmen, on our Friday packets, can we get an update as to what that 1.5 million was allocated for?
Yes, we have change orders for all the contingency that's been spent. We can provide that.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Okay. Moving on to New Combo School. That includes the new Colonel Bernardville Elementary School and the new East Lake Middle School. The elementary school site has been completed and occupied, and the contractor's working on the punch list and warranty items. For alternate 1, the 11 classrooms, the contractor's working on the floor tile, painting, finishes, ceiling tiles, and inspections are ongoing. The contractor is gonna have the final inspections next week, so we should have the CO for that area by the end of next week. For East Lake Middle School, the contractor's working on punch list, and the installation of the furniture is ongoing. So the 11 classrooms and the East Lake Middle School will be ready for the next school year. I have presented to you interior photos of the middle school and the alternate 1, 11 classrooms. Here's some pictures of the track field and the practice field. And here's an aerial of the sports fields on the East Lake Middle School site. Any questions? Okay. All right, so moving on to the non-bond projects. So right now, working in coordination with Transportation Department, we have the transportation electrical bus upgrade. We are in the procurement phase, and we are planning to present to you the contract, the recommend contract for approval on the next board meeting in July. The district potables, in coordination with maintenance department, we're working on that. The status is the relocation is ongoing, and maintenance is working on the electrical and other connections for the potables. For the aquatic center HVAC upgrade, that project is in the closeout phase, and we're planning to present to you for, well, the change order and the final payment in August board meeting. For the auxiliary gyms, phase 1 and phase 3, we have the same contractor for those 2 phases. The contractor is Mellock General Contractors. We send them the notice to proceed for June 12th, and the completion date is March 7, 2024. For phase 2, the contractor is Pride General Contractors, and the notice to proceed was April 24, and the substantial completion will be January 18 of 2024. For Monwood High School parking lot, that one has a notice to proceed of June 8th, and the substantial completion will be September 5th, 2023, this year. Do you have any questions on these projects? Okay. Moving on to ESSA projects. As I mentioned, these projects are being managed by maintenance department. And basically, the LED lighting are almost completed. The HVAC upgrades and the HVAC upgrades will be or will start soon. And as you can see, the LED lighting replacements that are being managed by the contractor E3. You can see the percentages, almost 100%. For PSI, right now, as part of their JOC contract, this is a savings performance contract. They are required to do an investment grade audit, and needs to be reviewed by a third-party mechanical engineer. Right now, we're doing in that phase, working with the mechanical engineer, and which is Allegro Engineering. Once the review is done, PSI will proceed with the construction portion. Okay, here's some photos of the progress. Rojas Elementary School, Escondrillas, Hueco, Elfida Chavez, Monwood Middle School, Lujan Chavez, Sunridge Middle School. Do you have any questions?
Questions? Thank you, Ms. Fierro.
Okay, thank you.
Item C, Strategic Plan, Priority 2, Objective 1. Dr. Gonzalez and Ms. Stiles.
Good evening. Actually, it's Miss Angelica Herrera. I'm sorry. They put Selena Stiles for everything, but
Okay.
but this time this presentation is gonna be Angelica Herrera. So good evening, Angela Gonzalez, Chief HR Officer, Board President, Mr. Nájera, Board Member, Superintendent, Dr. Carmen. Tonight is HR turn to present a report on our strategic actions and progress measures that are part of the district strategic plan. As you can see in this slide, this is a screenshot that shows the priority we're focusing tonight, which is staff, recruiting, and value all staff to ensure satisfaction and retention. You can see also in the second column, the strategic objective 2.1, which is recruit high-quality talent. I know that you work with the superintendent and those priorities and strategic objectives. So our turn and the focus is on, for these presentations, is on the strategic actions, which is the third column, and the progress measure. We're going to show you what we have been doing and how we have been measured that progress all this school year. So the actions are the ABC, as you see in the third column. And that's what we're going to talk about. And for that, we have our great director for elementary staffing, Angelica Herrera. Your turn.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, President Nájera, members of the board, Dr. Carmen. It's a pleasure to be up here with you all and present on our strategic actions. I'm going to move forward with, oops, wrong way. With our progress measure methods, and these are how we're going to track everything that our strategic plan has. So we're going to track number of job fairs hosted and attended, track number of MOUs with universities and ACP programs, also any intentional meetings with universities and ACP programs, the percentage of vacancies that we have filled, applicant attendance and engagement. Of course, we want to expand our recruitment efforts to other out-of-state universities and also explore international options. So going with our action 2.1A, which is increase the number of job fairs hosted, attended to recruit high-quality talent across the area and across the state of Texas. So these are the job fairs that we have hosted this school year. It's a total of 6 that we have hosted throughout the school year. There you can see the attendees and, of course, the letters of intent or contracts that we have offered. Then also, the last one we have an SISD. It says teacher job fair, but as of this morning, we're going to update that, and we're going to have actually a summer job expo. So we're going to open it up to all our vacancies that we have currently, and not just specifically to our teachers. So we're planning that for July 17th. Continuing with 2.1A. These are the job fairs that we have attended. The first one is the Texas Workforce Job Fair. We are collaborating with them. That was more of a informative session that we had, that they had it over in the Coliseum, so we attended that. And then we always attend our the fall and spring UTEP job fairs, just to make sure that we capture some of the graduates coming out of our university. Continuing with 2.1A, also our job fair attendance. So these are the ones that we have presently. Just keep in mind that in 21, 22, most of our job fairs were virtual, just because of the pandemic. But with this one, with support personnel, in 21, 22, we had 33 attendees. This year, we had 193. So we did have a great attendance for that. Our spring UTEP teacher job fair, there were 89, and then we had 86. Then also our teacher job fair, the one that we hosted in January, in 21, 22, we had 50 attendees. This year we had 35, but please keep in mind that that day was an inclement weather day the next day, so the weather had a lot to do with the attendance on that one. Any questions on 2.1A? All right, so moving on to 2.1B, which is strategically expand relationships with universities, colleges, and alternative certification programs to assist in recruiting high-quality talent. So right now, some of the current relationships and collaborations that we have is with Texas Teachers of Tomorrow, which is one of our alternative certification programs. With UTEP, of course, iTeach is another alternative certification program, Region 19 and Region 13. And this list is not exhaustive. So now for this year, working with the strategic plan, we have expanded it with the Texas Workforce, Grand Canyon University, Southwest University, Teachworthy, Elevate, TAG Pros, EPCC, and of course we've extended our relationship with UTEP. So in working in collaboration with our public relations department, we came up with a marketing campaign. These are the target markets. We collaborated to see where we really wanted to target within our area. And of course, we came up with NMSU, Region 19, Fort Bliss, Holloman Air Force Base, Roswell, New Mexico, Loretto, Flagstaff, Sul State University, the University of Permian Basin, and of course, our own university here in El Paso. And this is just a geographic view of what it looks like, the target area where we are marketing. So now we're going to show you a video. The video is what they will see in case they are streaming in one of our apps.
School district is hiring. Team ESSA ISD is an award-winning urban district that embraces El Paso's enchanting history and culture. We work together and set our sights on student excellence and outstanding service for all students and families. With a stunning array of annual events and a revitalized downtown, El Paso is a one-of-a-kind destination with something for everyone. Learn more at sisd.net/nowhiring and seize your opportunity in Team ESSA ISD.
With a lot of help with PR department, of course. We have several meetings, and basically is that video goes to the TVs or phones and the people in that area that you saw on the map. So we bought time, right? And so people while they're watching Netflix, while they're watching Netflix or TV or something, they pop up that video. So we were thinking on how can we put together outside about the area, about, hey, come and Paso, work here, look what it is. So that's another way that we start marketing and highlighting the area. So we were very excited about that, and thank you, PR department, for helping us.
Thank you. Okay, so then any questions on 2.1B? Excellent. So up next is 2.1C, and that is expand and enhance marketing program to support employee recruitment and retention efforts. So this year we have attended a couple of events, the Weather Fest at Ascarate Park, and we gave out a lot of information and a lot of goodies there at the Weather Fest. And then also we currently had the Chihuahuas Night, where we also provided a lot of information to those that attended the game. So now we want to highlight a couple of things here in Socorro ISD. We want to highlight the turnover rate and the retention rate. Well, we really don't want to highlight the turnover rate, but it's part of the presentation. And of course, the turnover rate is our teachers that are leaving or any of our staff that is leaving. The retention is, of course, those that are staying with us. And here in Socorro ISD, our turnover rate is at 9.9% compared to the state at 17.7%. So we're way below that. So we're doing great on that. And then the retention rate is at 90.1%. So we're retaining a lot of our teachers. The state's retention rate is at 82.30. So again, we are way above the state, which is something to be proud of. A few more highlights for the 2023 school year. The Department of Human Resources has processed 1,445 recommendations. So we have been quite busy, as you can see, making sure that our positions are filled within the district. All of our schools and, of course, our departments. We have staffed 3 new schools in the last 5 years. We have opened 2 new academies last year, which was the Escondrias STEAM Academy and the Paso del Norte Fine Arts Academy. And we have transitioned Herschel Antoine into a middle school and Paso del Norte into an elementary school. And again, that has been over the last 5 years. So through that, we have had special job fairs for them, special or specific transfer request windows for each one of them. So that way, there are certain teachers that want to work at our academies or our certain schools, they have that opportunity. We have had plenty of staffing meetings with all our principals and, of course, every stakeholder that needs to be part of those meetings. And we monitor the staffing needs. We look at enrollment constantly just to make sure that we are staffing appropriately. And of course, we collaborate with our campus principals on a daily basis for their staffing needs. So just a few more highlights. We are currently staffing 1 new campus, which is East Lake Middle School. That'll open up this coming July. We have 4 new academies, which is Ernesto Serna Fine Arts Academy, Sierra Vista STEAM Academy, O'Shea Kelleher Whole Child Academy, and the Vista del Sol Environmental Science Academy. And they have all had the same opportunities as the other schools that we have opened and the academies that we have opened, which have been the job fairs, the special and specific transfer request windows, the staffing meetings, the monitoring of the staffing needs, and the collaboration of campus principals.
Yes, and with that part, I want to highlight that Socorro is growing. It's opening schools every year, academies. So with that, the implication is that we're posting vacancies. So we increasing on the vacancies, but because we opening schools. Other school districts are closing schools and they don't show those vacancies, but it's something good to highlight. Like most of the vacancies is because Socorro is growing and we're posting new vacancies every time we put a new academy or a new school.
All right, so up next, also since July 1st, 2022, to date, SISD has received 767 separation notices. Resignations, specifically 540. Those are some of the reasons that have been listed as to why they are resigning. Most of them are moving out of the area. They're continuing their education. There are some health reasons and family necessities and alternative careers. Terminations have been 18, retirement 135. Other has been 67, and unfortunately, we have had 7 deaths. Okay. So that's the strategic plan specifically for this school year, what we have done and accomplished through a lot of hard work and sweat, blood, and tears. Well, no blood, but we have really worked hard at all this. These are some of our long-term goals. So we want to increase the positions, percentage of positions filled to 99% by 2026, 2027. I know it's a high goal, we know that, but people are coming back to work. Our applicant lists are really, now they're longer, there's more applicants, so we don't see why we cannot reach that goal. And of course, with all our marketing that we've been doing, increasing our job fairs, and of course, this district is an excellent district. People want to come and work for us. Then of course, we want to increase the number of MOUs to 5 by 2026, 2027, the number of intentional recruiting meetings to 6 by 2026, 27, excuse me, and then we want to also increase the number of out-of-state and international recruiting meetings to 4 by 2026, 2027. And that is the strategic plan for the Human Resources Department. Are there any questions?
Questions? How many job vacancies does the district currently have at this time?
Do you want specifically as far as all the...
Give me the overall, and then we can break it down.
Overall, at the moment, we have approximately 426 vacancies. We are working still on a lot of recommendations, and of course, there's a lot of postings, and principals and department directors and personnel are interviewing at this point. So that's why it's an approximate.
Teachers, how many teacher vacancies?
Teachers, 168 approximately.
Support staff?
Support staff, paraprofessionals, we have 132.
Does this include the TIAs?
Yes, sir, it does.
How about the SPED bilingual teacher? How are we doing on that? How many vacancies do we have?
So I don't have that specifically. I can get that information for you, though. We clustered it, but we can get that information for you.
You went with attrition rate of 9.9%. What are the historical values on that?
They usually go around that particular one. Sometimes they are lower. It just depends. But we can always find that information on the taper reports that TEA puts out for the district.
So you don't have last year's numbers or the previous years before this 9.9?
Not at the moment, sir.
Okay, can we get those numbers? Maybe like the last 3 years.
Definitely.
Trending the wrong way or what?
Do you have any more questions?
I'm fine.
Yes. Can you add technology to that, or security, law enforcement? Do you have those numbers as well as like our transportation department?
We don't have them specifically. We have them clustered. We have right now auxiliary staff. We have them at 93.
But we can provide that
But we can
information
provide-
next Friday packet, and we can break down the vacancies by groups.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Of course. Any other questions? No. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Continuing with the consent agenda.
I would like to pull item F1C.
Anything else?
Yes. 8D, 5B.
Sorry, hold on, sir. That was 8.
David,
E.
5
Oh.
boy.
8D, 5. Boy, catering services. Okay.
8 Frank, 1. All 3, A, B, and C. And 8I.
Anything else?
Item 5G, please.
Internet services? Anything else?
8D, 5C. 8 Delta 5 Charlie.
CT curriculum. Okay, do I have a motion?
1 second, I got a question. What happened to our legal counsel for tonight?
New business?
No, the one that we've had previous.
Oh, they opted not to renew the contract as of May 31st.
They opted?
Sir? that it?
No, yeah, I had some questions, but we'll go without legal. Okay.
Motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of items noted.
I second.
A motion made by Ms. Nájera to approve the consent agenda except for the items noted, seconded by Ms. Macias. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, and the item passes. And the first item up is 8, David, 5, Boy. Catering service, Mr. Castellano.
Yes, sir. Your question, sir?
Yes, I got a question. This item came up, well, this is a renewal of the contract. This item came up earlier in the year where you wanted an extension of $200,000. What was the total for the end of year for the catering services?
Board President, board members, Superintendent Dr. Carmen, my name is Gabby Garcia, Purchasing Director. So this item is, we're bringing it to the board for consideration to recommend just the extension. The board originally approved $500,000 initially for the bid, and this is, we're bringing back the extension for the same amount, for $500,000.
Yes, but I know we went over last year.
So within the bid, the board didn't approve the increase of the bid.
I'm just asking, what was the total cost for catering services last year?
The board approved the $500,000, sir, for this bid for catering services.
And the outside of it, because you were extending it, then you found a way to cover catering costs outside of the board? There was a
Outside of the bid, you mean?
outside of the board, yes. There was a memo that came out on a Friday packet that catering service would be covered, and I didn't bring that memo with me, but how much was the total expenditures for catering this past year?
I don't have that exact figure for you, but I can provide it for you in the Friday packet.
That's what I'm asking for.
Okay. So we can run that report.
You don't have the number at all. Can we get a breakdown on that, Dr. Carmen? You know, we got a breakdown on the cost for the attorney fees, and it was pretty detailed, and it was pretty explanatory. I didn't see the abuse in that one, but I want to see what's going on in here. This to include stuff that was paid after we ran out of the initial contract extension. You know, it seems to be that if we exceed the contract costs, we go RFQ now. That's what you proposed with the attorney, but I'm curious about this one. How much did we actually spend? That other contract was important because it's legal services. This one, we want to add another $500,000. Well, we want to do the $500,000, and I want to make sure actually, it's only for the district, right? We only spend the money here on the catering?
That is correct. So, well, to support campus, it's district-wide campuses, departments.
That's why I needed an explanation to show where it's going. How much was actually spent at the campus level? How much was spent here? I think we should review that prior to moving forward with it, because we still have time to vote on this later, but it gives us the information to know where the money is being spent.
We can do that. In this board agenda, we did list a couple of events where we spend catering or where we provide catering services, and this is for campus parent-teacher conferences, Christmas open house, district convocation, leadership, principal meetings, and this is just to name a few. So, but we can provide a detailed report.
I would appreciate it, and I think we all need to see that before we move forward to understand how we went through $500,000, you know, when we were still 4 months short of the school year. So that's important, so we can understand that.
Okay, and you want to see purchases per campuses and departments?
However you break it down, however it was spent, that it was actually was more than 500,000. So however that was spent for catering services.
Okay, we can provide that.
Yes.
I got some. Can you also add any RFQs that were done for catering service to that breakdown as well? And then, yes, I would like to see it by campuses and then by departments here at the DSC as well.
we can do that.
I guess you can follow it monthly, you know, October, November, December. If you break it down like that, we can see how we spent it and where we
Monthly?
crossed the line and then why no flags were raised.
We can work on a report for
I
you.
appreciate that.
And ma'am, just for my clarification, this is to extend the contract, correct?
Yes,
It's
that is
not to
correct.
increase the amount. This is for next year, new
Yes.
contract, just to extend what was previously approved.
That is correct. The board approved 500,000 and we're extending for the same dollar amount.
Thank you for the clarification.
So do I have a
I just
motion to postpone to the next board meeting?
Motion to table it till the next, do we all get the information?
Postpone.
Yes.
Second.
A motion to postpone to the next board meeting, to the next regular board meeting made by Mr. Castellanos, seconded by Mr. Barrera. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
The item is postponed to the next board meeting. 5C, CTE Curriculum, Equipment, Supplies, and Services. Mr. Barrera?
Yes, sir. And George Thomas, Director for CTE.
Yes, Mr. Thomas, can you just give me a description of what you're planning to use this dollar amount for? I mean, what is it that we're looking at doing? I mean, I see the CTE and all that stuff, but can you just give me, I know we didn't have a CNI committee meeting, but this is more for informational.
Yes, sir. We serve about 17,500 students through 45 different programs. We have about 300 teachers that teach full or part-time towards our students. So it could range from supplies for culinary arts, biomedical sciences, equipment, technology upgrades. We have approximately 120 labs, computer labs, that we support as well for our curriculum needs. So it's large, 16 career clusters that we have our programs in, and our bid is broken down by all 16 clusters. So those bid vendors that can support our needs, they all bid on that. We lost a couple off the extension that didn't go back on with us, but we use our bid, and we also use Region 19, by board, whoever can provide us with our needs.
Okay, so this is also to refill like some of the supplies that got depleted through this previous school year.
Yes, sir. Well,
Okay.
we typically use the supplies that we purchase what we need for the year. We'll have some remaining supplies, but typically we use what we order.
Okay. What do you see? Is there anything that's going to be pretty expensive that you see for just like one item? I don't know. Something that I remember was another school here in the community had and it was a medical school that they were using, but I guess it was like a big TV that simulated the human anatomy, and they were able to manipulate it. And I know that one was a pretty pricey item, but do you see anything, being purchased of that?
Well, we've applied for 2 grants, about $200,000 each. We're hoping we get both of them because we have a fire science program that's desperately in need of upgraded equipment. Our attire that the students use, it's probably 15, 17 years old. When they use it out in industry, it's good for about 3 to 5 years.
Okay.
So that needs to be replaced. We have a new diesel program, and we're working with TSTC so we can make that a dual credit program, which is going to require some additional instructional equipment. So one of the grants we submitted was for fire science, the other one diesel. But we do have a lot of other needs, upgrades of computer labs. Just to stay current, we're probably going to need to upgrade probably close to 20, minimum of 20 computer labs to get us up to where we need to go. So at about $50,000 a shot,
Okay.
money goes pretty quick.
Sounds good.
Questions?
Motion to approve.
Second.
A motion made by Mr. Barrera, seconded by Mr. Castellano. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. Item G, internet services. Yes.
Yes.
At this time, I'd like to invite Mr. Moreno to the podium.
Good evening, President Nájera, Dr. Carmen. I'll entertain any questions you have about this item.
Hi, Mr. Moreno. I just wanted to ask, in the backup information, it was mentioned that the district had recent issues with this service. I just wanted to make sure that it was addressed. I know the recommendation was to move forward, but just to give you all an opportunity to voice your concerns so that we can move forward for next year.
Yes, ma'am. As with any service provider, there are occasional situations where there's either outages or interruption in services due to items such as construction, any accidents that take down poles, things of that nature. And so, fortunately, we do have a long-standing relationship with our vendor. They respond to our reports of outages promptly, and so that, therefore, the recommendation to continue.
Thank you for the clarification. Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Ms. Macias, seconded by Ms. Nájera. Any further discussion? Mr. Moreno, I do have a question. So
Yes, sir.
most ISPs, and that's what this is for, right?
That's correct.
Have a minimum downtime or a required uptime. In spite of the issues that they've had, have they been able to meet those targets? Do we have targets established, and have they been able to meet them?
I cannot speak to specific targets. Usually when we do contract, they do have those stipulations in place as far as what they promise to have with their uptimes. Again, we have had wonderful service in terms of bringing services back up in a timely manner. Most outages have lasted less than an hour. At peak, long outages have been close to that time, but we have had very few instances of those.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. Next item was F1, A, B, and C. Mr. Barrera?
That was mine.
Oh, Castellano, please, sir.
Yes, sir.
I pulled all three because they go together with that retrofit. I have a question, especially about B, E3 Integral Solutions Incorporated, and this is why we needed the legal counsel here for that. The first contract with them was passed in March, and I was informed that we did not price compare in that. We didn't have a federal audit or a federal procurement plan in place when this occurred, and you didn't price compare. This company, E3, there's questions back to San Benito and the external audit that occurred out there. And my concern is, before we move forward, I became aware of this, and I'm concerned that continuing with this company, we need to let legal look at it and see if we're bringing liability, especially if we didn't follow a procurement plan, and that would, that would be subject to a federal audit. This is federal funding.
I'd like to invite Gabby. She did do the procurement part of this process.
Mr. Castellano, for the process for the LED in March, we did issue a request for quote. We received 2 responses at the time, and E3 was the recommended vendor. But we did issue a request for quotes based on a co-op vendor. So we used a JOC contract, and we received 2 responses, and E3 was a recommended vendor.
I understand this was purchased through a buy board, not a bid.
Well, it was through a co-op, so it wasn't through buy board, but
I
it
mean,
was
co-op, yes.
Yes, it was based off a cooperative contract, a JOC contract through a co-op, and we did request quotes. We received 2 for that project.
Again, I think we need to look into this information, and the board needs to be aware of everything, that what you're saying here is precise, and that we did look it up, and that we did the same thing with this one, just to avoid any improper influence by anybody else. in bringing an E3 here. Well, we owe it to the district to make sure we do it right.
Right. And for that contract in March, our general counsel at the time, he did review the AIA short form. He did put together all of the contracting forms, and he did sign off as well as the board on that contract.
And I did speak with him, and he did say that you were told not to compare pricing.
I had 2 quotes, so I
Yeah,
did.
and that's why I needed him. Well, he's not here, but I have that information, and that's a big concern. So we need to see that information before we move forward with this.
So for these projects, we sent out the request to 6 vendors. 4 vendors were 6 were invited. 4 showed up to the walkthroughs. So there was a walkthrough at the campuses, and 4 vendors responded. And for these 3 specific LED retrofits, we are awarding based on low cost. So there was a comparison. We received 4 responses. And so, for example, for the first one on page 345, Excel Energy was the low bid for the campuses listed, and so forth.
I'm just asking for the additional information to review prior to moving forward with E3. I know the 3 contracts would be tied together. They all, one on top of the other. We talked about performance services. That was the other one, right?
Yes. Would you like to see, we have the quote sheet available so that you can look at the comparison.
I would need to review it, and this is just a short time period. So,
Okay.
and
At the next board meeting, this is just to approve the purchase, and the next board meeting, we are going to present the resulting contract once we do have general counsel, because we would need them to draft the AIA contract for us.
I would still wait. I would prefer to wait before moving forward with this contract, and whoever we select for general counsel to review that and make sure my information, if it's correct or not correct, that we are doing the things right. This is federal money here, and I do not want to see a federal audit come in and question this.
Okay,
Okay.
we can provide more information.
Can you also provide the information from the one that was done back in March and this one from start to finish on the Friday packet? Then my next question is, before the one in March was done, was there ever a federal procurement process in place? Because my understanding, there wasn't one ever done.
What do you mean by, like, do you mean a bid or?
The federal procurement process.
Plan.
There was not one in place, the plan, it was never in place. There was never one.
There was,
So my understanding, the general counsel that we had just recently had to create one, and there was never one in place. So do you know if there was ever one in place before this one?
you're saying like a guidelines, you mean, or
Yes,
what is it?
for contracts and stuff like that for federal procurements prior to the March.
So there are guidelines that we follow. We have to follow the EDGAR guidelines when it's federal funds.
What about, was there contracts ever done following the federal guidelines? Because, like I said, I'm asking you, because you're the one that does it, but I know you would also seek general counsel's advice because they would draw up the actual contracts and making sure
Yes.
that we're following the federal guidelines.
Right, they did draw up the contracts for the one in March for E3. And I can provide the details on that.
So you can't answer the question whether yes or no there was federal procurement processes in place before March?
Well, we do, I mean, the district has to follow those processes, sir.
I know we have to, but my question is, was there ever one put in place? Did we have one in place? Because my understanding was there was not one in place.
So there wasn't so we didn't go out for bid for these purchases. We used a co-op JOC, and quotes were obtained from the JOC, which is a valid procurement method or process.
Is there any reason that we can't postpone this to the next board meeting?
We can do that.
Questions? Do I have a motion to postpone?
Motion to postpone to the next.
Second.
So just for clarification, Mr. Castellano, the motion is to postpone.
You'll get the information required to make the proper decision. I know there was some initial
or-
controversy on E3 and the March one and on this one. So let's make sure we have all the information that we are doing things properly before we move forward.
That would be for 8F1. Entirety, correct one?
B, it wouldn't make sense to move the other two forward if we don't have the contractor. And we can hold up on all three.
Okay.
And just get them at one time.
Okay, so again, the motion is to postpone item 8F1 in its entirety, which includes A, B, and C. There was a second by Ms. Macias. All right, any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, and the item is postponed. Mr. Castellano, item I.
Item I, it's the 10-cent increase in the price per meal. We can talk on that.
President Nahara, Dr. Carmen, members of the board, thank you. Shelley Chinosky, Director of Child Nutrition. Yes, sir. How may I help you?
Well, I brought it up because of the catering question. If we can spend $500,000 for people in here to eat, why can't we just keep the costs? I would prefer looking to lower the cost for students. So, most of them eat free, or they eat free breakfast. And to me, my goal is to give them all free lunch. Most of these kids, a lot of these kids don't eat, and I think the opportunity for them to get a second meal would be in the benefit of the district, because we are here for the children. But I don't agree for an increase at this time.
And thank you, sir. I appreciate your comments. I'm on the same mindset of you, sir. Our goal is to have as many children eat free as we can. And that's been a goal since I've been a director.
Mm-hmm.
That's when we started free breakfast for all, every student, no matter what campus, no matter their free, reduced, or paid, they all eat free. And that's a cost that my department gladly handles, and handles well. For lunch, as you know, we are adding 9 campuses for our community eligibility provision program. So what does that mean? 9 more campuses are eating free with us this coming school year. That's a total of 33 campuses in the district that now eat free. So we're getting there. It takes a lot of data, a lot of participation from the students to come eat with us. It takes a lot. So, and we take raising the meal price very seriously, sir. We have not asked for a meal increase since 2016-17 school year, and at that time it was only a 10-cent increase. As you all know, we've had a lot of increases with food costs, labor costs. Right now, child nutrition from last year to this year has seen a 17% increase in food cost. So that's huge. Typically, we see 4%, 6%, around there. And for labor, we've seen a 13% increase. So just with those 2 increases, and then we have a general overhead that is increased, but nothing to the levels of that increase. So we definitely take price increases seriously. We know right now what that will impact. We serve 637,956 paid meals, lunch only. Paid meals.
Can you repeat that number? Sorry.
637,956 paid meals. So out of our total meals that we served last year, this past year, 4,807,115. So those other numbers are our free and our reduced paid pricing students. So that 637 is our paid meal students. So I know it's an impact on our families. I know that. And so Child Nutrition is recommending a 10-cent increase. The state mandates that we assess our pricing every year, and that's what we have done. At this time, we do have a small fund balance where we have our audited year for 2022, we have a fund balance of $32,072.25. So with that, we are not required to increase prices by law. However, right now, we have a $1.03 disparity between the price that the state recommends we charge and the price that we're charging. So right now, the state is recommending a $3.31 average charge. They expect you to round up or round down based on that. We currently have a $2.28 average meal price because we have $2.10 for our elementary and $2.45 for our secondary students. So with that, average is $2.28. So the difference is $1.03. Now, that's crazy. We would never recommend a $1.03 increase. That would not be something that we'd ask our community to do. So as a director and my team, we recommend that we just take very small steps on price increasing to help absorb the cost of the food cost increase and the labor. And as we go on through the years, we have to assess every year, and we'll always come back to you. If we have to increase prices again, we'll always come back and ask the board.
I don't think 10 cents may not seem a lot per meal, but we're already asking the taxpayer to increase, well, the tax is going to go up because the values went up.
Yes, sir.
And they're paying more out there. And then you're going to say, well, your kid's going to have to eat for their 10 cents more. You risk price elasticity on charging too much. Are the meals that quality? I don't know. I haven't seen them, but I don't think we should be raising kids' meals prices because we're about to give the teachers a raise, you know? So I think we should be fair to the students, and that's what we're here for.
And
Just
I think
hold the line.
I thank you for your consideration, sir, and your comments. Thank you.
So you served almost 638,000 meals.
637,956 paid meals.
Correct.
So that paid. That is correct, sir.
So if you were to serve roughly the same, the cost would come to the district roughly about $64,000.
That is correct, sir. That is correct, sir.
So why can't we just leave the price the same for the kids and not increase it 10 cents to them? I mean,
And again, sir, I have to go back that as we all know, just living in today's economy with the increased inflation of everything, CNS has seen a significant increase in food costs, and that is something that we, as director, I am financially responsible for this program, and we have kept this program financially stable, self-funded for the past 11 years, and I'd like to continue that responsibility, and I do recommend a 10-cent increase at this time.
So we don't, Ms. Chinosky, I know we talked about this earlier today, and I was I had misunderstood. I thought this was, I believe back in 16, 17, we actually were required, or at some point along the way, if we operate at a loss.
Yes.
Right now, we have a fund balance.
That's right.
Right, so we've done better than break even, but if we were to operate at a loss, then we don't have a choice, right?
That is correct.
And the minimum price increase at that point
would be 10
would be
cents.
10 cents.
We would be required by law to increase by 10 cents. You are absolutely correct.
So at that point, we wouldn't have a choice.
That's
so
correct.
Today, we don't have to increase 10 cents.
No, sir.
Your recommendation is 10 cents. We could increase 2 cents. We could increase 5. Or we could choose not to increase. However,
that's correct.
Knowing that the fund balance right now, you said is $37,000.
Yes, sir.
32.
32.
And the additional cost, just based on that number, would be about $64,000. We're basically setting up that we will be operating at a loss next year, and then next year, the required cost is going to be at a minimum 10 cents because then, yes, state law mandates that it's at a minimum 10 cents, right? Depending on what the calculation is, it could be higher, but it's at least 10 cents, right?
That is correct, sir. And I've never seen it change from that minimum of 10 cents as per our administrative regulations.
Right now, we don't have to increase 10 cents, but next year we might have to. Do we increase, do we not?
Motion, we just table it. We don't, or no action on this, we don't increase.
Okay.
Okay.
Or increase it.
I think I have a motion from Mr. Castellano
Second.
to,
No increase, just.
right, for no increase
No
in
increases.
paid meal prices this year.
Yes.
And a second by Mr. Barrera.
May I mention one more thing? Just a point of information. I gathered some data from the other school districts, the larger school districts, just for your information. Socorro offers free breakfast, Ysleta free, EPISD offers charges $1.35 for breakfast per student, elementary and secondary. For lunch, SISD elementary is $2.10, Ysleta is $2.10, EPISD is $2.10 for lunch. Secondary, SISD $2.45, YISD $2.35, EPISD $2.40. Right now, we're recommending a 10-cent increase. Ysleta is going to recommend an increase, but that has not gone to board yet. So my understanding from the director is he's going to take a price increase. But that has not happened, so I'm just letting you know. And EPISD is not increasing. So just great information for you all to help make your decision. And I appreciate your time on this matter, I really do.
Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor of the motion to leave paid meal prices as is, no increase. All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Item passes.
Thank
you, Ms.
you.
Janoski. New business, 9A, consider approval of additional professional contract recommendations for the 2023-2024 school year. Dr. Gonzalez.
This is something nice. Consider and approval the additional professional contract recommendations for the 2023-2024, and this is for what we have for teachers, librarians, nurses, counselors, speech therapists, and education diagnosticians as presented.
Approve.
I second.
Motion to approve by Ms. Nájera, second by Ms. Macias. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. 9B, consider approval of the 2023-2024 Employee Compensation Plan and Stipends. We do have several speakers signed up for this particular item. We'll start off with Veronica Hernandez.
Thank you. Good evening, President Nájera, Dr. Carmen, members of the board. I am Veronica Hernandez, and I am the proud president of the Socorro American Federation of Teachers. I am here tonight to ask your support for our salary proposal for the 23-24 school year. Socorro AFT has done a thorough analysis of the SISD budget as follows. SISD saw a $6.8 million revenue surplus in fiscal year 2022. The surplus was posted after projecting a $32 million deficit for that year. Increases in the local and federal revenue and a slight decline in the general fund expenditures contributed to the surplus. Enrollment is growing annually. Enrollment grew 2.3% over the last 2 years, from 46,958 in fiscal year 21 to 4849 in fiscal year 2023, and is projected to top 48,500 students for fiscal year 23-24. Budgeting practices continue to be conservative and inaccurate. The district continues to budget revenues and expenditures inaccurately and as a result, projects massive deficits and either do not happen or are actually much smaller than anticipated. The fund balance is stable and healthy. SISD general fund balance totaled $116 million at the end of fiscal year 2022. 83% of it was unassigned. The unassigned ratio was 22.3% and has grown steadily since fiscal year 2020. SISD's lowest paid employees' pay lags behind from state and county averages. TEA data shows that SISD auxiliary staff and paraprofessional salaries are falling behind below state averages. SISD paraprofessional salaries for 22-23 were nearly 8% behind the El Paso County-wide averages. Average SISD pay may fall behind a living wage thresholds for El Paso County. That's according to the Economic Policy Institute. Cost of living continues to rise. The Consumer Price Index for the southern region was 5.3 higher in March of 23 than in March of 2022. At several points during the 22 calendar, the southern price index, the 12% change was as high as nearly 10%. For the 12-month percent was nearly 10%. Revenues and expenditures were $439 million in fiscal year 22, close to $5 million increase from fiscal year 2021. Expenditures topped $432 million in fiscal year 22, down 2% from the prior year. SISD saw $4 billion decrease in state funding, but also had a $4 million increase in local funding. With Socorro's conservative budgeting practices, we see no reason why the same trend wouldn't stand true for the current year. With that in mind, Socorro AFT proposes an 8% salary increase to our most lagging categories for all auxiliary staff, classified paraprofessionals, bus monitors, bus drivers, mechanics, teachers, etc., and a 6% salary increase for certified employees, which includes our teachers, nurses, librarians, speech pathologists.
I'm sorry, you're out of time.
Correct. I'm one sentence left. Yes? Okay. We just want to propose a retention bonus of $1,500. Therefore, the above proposal is feasible and well deserved by our Mason employees. As Jim Brown said, you don't get paid for the hour, you get paid for the value you bring for that hour. Thank you for your
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Next up for the same item, Mr. Hill.
Thank you guys for allowing me to speak today. I agree with a lot of that what Ms. Hernandez said, but I got to add a few more things to this. We're not even talking about the extra $7 million investments that we made this year that was on the committees that we brought up. There is that too. Now I want to get into something real fast. EPISD bus drivers went to $20 an hour yesterday. San Eli, a couple of days ago, went to $20 an hour. Fabens went to $20 an hour a few weeks ago. Canutillo went to $22 an hour a month ago, with a 5% raise, by the way. We need to put the bus drivers at least at a 407. And a 407 pay grade is a starting wage of $18.76 and a midpoint of $22.88. That would be a fair grade for the bus drivers to make for sure we can retain our bus drivers. I am also saying that we need to at least go to a 4%. I will gladly accept going higher than that, but we also need a $1,500 retention bonus. And that retention bonus needs to be paid out as soon as we get back. Now, I understand some people get paid all year long, but your hourly people, they do not get paid all year long. When they come back to work, they're coming back on fumes. So if we do get a bonus, please pay that out ASAP, August 15th paychecks. We have done it before. We can do it again. We deserve a $1,500 and at least a 4%. If we can go higher, I'm not going to complain. But please, look at bus drivers going to at least a 407 pay grade to stay competitive with the other school districts that have already, every school district that has already gone has already went to a $20 an hour for their bus drivers. Thank you very much.
Mr. Hill. Ms. Angie Soto?
Good evening, President Nájera, board members, and Dr. Carmen. I am Angelica Soto, President of the Socorro Education Association. First, we want to thank you for looking out for the welfare of ISD employees, both with compensation and health insurance benefits. As you know, it is that time again to determine employee raises. Everyone is feeling rising prices, whether it is due to inflation or greedflation. We appreciate that you keep SISD fiscally sound and understand that this is not an easy task, but it is of the utmost importance that it is done correctly. The district has made a substantial investment in training our employees. We are requesting that our hourly employees be fairly compensated for their years of experience and service to the district. They have proven their worth to the district, yet they are compensated barely above the midpoint. Please demonstrate to these employees that their service and commitment to our district are valued, not only in words, but through fair compensation. Fair compensation is always greatly appreciated by our employees, and it helps to recruit and retain current employees. However, working conditions are also an important factor in retaining employees and attracting future employees. All employees should also have fair working conditions. In addition to a quality compensation plan, we are asking that teachers' duties be reviewed to ensure that they are not overburdened and overwhelmed with the workload. Most of our teachers have stated that this year has been the most exhausting year they have had. They cite extra workload, including redundant lesson plans and revisiting the same data over and over, as well as insufficient planning time as reasons for their exhaustion. Conference times are being taken over by PLC meetings at some elementary campuses, and these state-mandated times are not being compensated for. Things need to change. If SISD does not change these working conditions and our employee compensation packages, we will continue to lose our employees to neighboring districts. For these reasons, we ask that you approve a fair percentage along with a retention stipend of $1,500. We thank you for considering the needs of our employees. Thank you.
No more speakers, so Dr. Gonzalez? And this time it is Ms. Stiles.
Yes, now this time. So this action item is to ask for the board to consider and approve the 23-24 employee compensation plan and stipends. It's based on the information that we present last Monday on the workshop, and Ms. Alina is going to go to a very quick summary on that.
Good evening, President Nájera, Dr. Carmen, members of the board. I'm Selena Stiles, Director of Human Resources for Support Personnel. Administration does recommend a 2% increase off the market average midpoint, inclusive of the step for employees paid on the teacher and counselor salary schedules. That includes teachers, nurses, librarians, and counselors. Administration also recommends a 2% increase off the midpoint for the following pay families: paraprofessional, auxiliary, technology, the employee health clinic, police services, and administrative professional. The 2%, the budget impact, the estimated budget impact overall is $6,067,422. Any questions?
Questions?
Yes, you said you were going over the stipends.
In your board packet, you should have received a copy of the draft compensation plan. There are some notations in there in red and blue. Some positions are being, through the TASB maintenance study, there were a few positions that were recommended for reclassification, so that's noted there. And then some stipends that were presented at the HR board committee meeting are included as well. There's an additional mentor teacher for the dyslexia that's grant funded, the UIL stipend, and then just modifications in general to the compensation plan, whether to update titles based on job descriptions that you all have approved.
There's no red or blue in our book. It's just gray and dark gray. And
Okay, I apologize. I did send it with the notations. I can kind of walk through them if you have questions.
my question, and I brought it up before, and I brought it up at the HR meeting, had to do with the travel stipend. I've talked to, do you have the numbers, Ms. Perez? I asked about how much we were spending in the travel stipend. It's on page 447 of the board book, and page 63, it starts on page 63 of the actual compensation plan.
So the amounts for the travel stipend, give me a second, I do have that information. Was there something specific that you,
What's the total amount we're paying annually on that? Last time I was informed, it was like over 1.1 million.
1 million and maybe $80,000, and that's for 600 employees.
1 million. How long have we been paying out at that rate? 1 million plus.
I don't have the exact history. I can tell you, since I've been here, we've paid travel stipends. The positions have varied, but I know that those stipends have been paid.
Yes, and you talk about how the district has grown exponentially, but our budget thinking has not. We've stayed paying out money. We don't verify the amount of mileage that people are traveling. Some people, you mentioned, are traveling more than what they would have been allowed it. So we're not paying them fairly. We have a policy in place where they can put in for the mileage and we can pay it accordingly. That mileage can be verified. $1 million a year. In fact, when I spoke to TEA, they're the ones that brought it up, and they were shocked at why the taxpayers didn't make an outrage about it. And I've tried to bring it up for the past 3 years, but now I'm trying this year to bring it up. We need to look at that. This district has grown to the point where we don't give out money. If we can't verify the actual travel, then it becomes a gift of public funds, right? We don't know what they're doing with the extra money. So we have to verify that. We're now beyond mom and pop school district. We need to start thinking like a true government entity. And if it means developing a motor pool or moving beyond giving out money, then we have to do that. But I don't agree with giving out $1 million a year when we can't verify it.
Question, out of that $1 million, how much can you verify that it's all accurate, 100%?
That, as far as how many miles that they've gone, and to get
Verify
to the
what is
200.
being claimed. How much accurately can you actually say, you know what, 100% of this is actually calculated to the T? Nobody's falsified, nobody's claimed more, nobody's claimed less. Everything that is being reported is 100% accurate.
There is nothing reported. The part of it being a stipend is that it is an allocation based on the position. So it is understood, it's part of your contract that you are given that stipend, and there is no other documentation of it other than the contract. I'm not sure how you would verify that they don't turn in documentation for it.
I know when I worked for the federal government, there was a process in place that we had to verify, and they used like Google Maps. There was a GSA website that they would use and go off of and say, okay, from X point to Z point, this is the mileage, this is how many miles. If you take an alternate route or whatever, it's not going to change. This is what you're going to get allocated for, and that's it.
And the same with working with the local government,
Okay.
with the city. You know, if I went to court and had to take my personal vehicle, I'd put in for the mileage. And it was accounted for. If a vehicle was available, we can sign out for it and use the vehicle miles. But it was accounted for. It wasn't given to us. If we lied on that statement, well, that's tampering with the government. That's a felony. So we didn't lie. We did our job. We did it right. We documented. We verified. This is what we've done. And then, of course, payroll verifies to make sure they're not cheating on the miles. So that's where we need to start looking at now. We can't keep staying back. Oh, we're growing and we can't do it. No, we have to do it. We're a government entity. We owe the taxpayers that kind of accountability.
Mr. Nájera, may I explain something? Yes, the way that you're explaining the mileage, actually the stipend is for mileage, it's not for traveling. And we have a lot of employees that use their own cars and use their own gas to go and serve students to other schools or other meetings during the day and during the month, during the week. The method that you were explaining, Mr. Barrera, is true. Yes, I have been in those situations when you need to track your miles and turn in, right? Most of the districts in Texas use the stipend to avoid to go through that method because it's a lot of time consuming for employees. We will need to hire people just to look into and verify the mileage. It's not cost effective for the district. That's why one of the ways to do it, and this is a practice for most of the district, and we can provide that information, is just to assign a certain amount of money so we don't get into legal issues or grievances from employees saying, hey, I'm serving the schools, I'm using my own car, I'm using my own gas. So to avoid that, the most cost-effective for school districts to be in compliance and with employees is to assign a standard stipend, amount of money, is whatever you want to call it, but it's because they're using their cars and they're using the gas. That's the reason. I've been working in 5 different districts, and I have always been seeing that across the district. It's a good practice, and it's for the benefit also financially for the district. So that's my report on that. And I don't, to Mr. Castellano, in that part, with that stipend, we're not doing anything illegal and anything that is not correct in our part. Thank you.
I'm just asking for verification, validation of the actual mileage. You said it wasn't cost effective. Okay, then show me the numbers where it would be cost effective to stay this route. That's what I'm asking for. 1 million plus a year for I don't know how many years we've been going back. I can ask,
Yes.
Is it probably 5 years? I'm sure. 10 years, maybe. But the rate, we could have had a motor pool by then already built and established. We need to stop thinking like we're a little small district. Like you said, we're growing, we're continuing to grow, and that fund is going to keep growing. So we need to find an alternate way.
Yes, we have this conversation during our HR committee meeting, remember? And we already exposed that to cabinet and the superintendent, and working in that project and calculating and see the market and what other districts are paying. We're trying to put it together. But it's an information that right now we don't have it because we don't have the data for that.
I've been asking for a while on this data, and it's been on the radar, and I've told Ms. Bettis about this. And
Yes.
that's why it's a concern that now we're here. You know, you had your presentation, didn't mention once about the stipend that I brought up before.
Because the information, it doesn't exist. So we need to get that
Yes.
directive from the superintendent or from the board in an action item so we can work in that project because it's going to take time. It's not data that we have in the system and just click and send the report on the Friday packet. We will need to put time to work together with the finance department, with HR, with payroll, and do market value, maybe contact TASB, get other districts so we can provide Mr. Castellano the information very accurate what you're asking for.
Dr. Carmen, can we get that information? I think it's important for the district and the taxpayer to know that we are holding the district accountable for its funds.
So, Mr. Cassiano,
There's 2 other stipends also I have in question too.
I'm sorry, can I answer the first one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Great, thank you. As Dr. Gonzalez explained, that information does not exist. We have 600 employees who receive a stipend instead of tracking, verifying, turning in, and then issuing a check through accounts payable. Do I think it's reasonable to go back to those 600 and ask them to backtrack their mileage the past year? No, sir, I do not. Should the board feel that way, they can put an action agenda item on and direct us to do so. But I think the amount of time we would spend on gathering the last year's worth of data would be excessive, sir.
I believe we can go forward from here. We have policy in place that allows the person to put in for mileage, and we can take that data moving forward and have them submit that way, all 600 employees, and see where it comes out. Is it cost effective or not? So we can go from here forward, just hold off on this part of the stipends. And we can develop it as we go.
I know I've also asked for information what the cost would be for a motor pool to see what that would look like, and maybe that it might even be more cost effective, but I know I have yet to receive that information, so I'm gonna ask for it again to see if maybe that's more beneficial for the employees to have a vehicle that they can check out and go and service the kids if that's what they need to, or if they need to go to some type of district function or something, that maybe that's more reasonable and that's more cost effective. One for the district, but maybe it's also less maintenance and wear and tear on the employee's vehicle as well. Is that something we can get, Dr. Carmen?
Yeah.
Or is that too much data?
Well, again, are we talking about 600 people? I don't know the number of vehicles it would take to accommodate that. I look at the cabinet, the times that they're out on campuses, and if I tried to split one car between Mr. Herrera and Mrs. Barham, that would be difficult, especially if they have meetings at the same time. So at the far end, we'd be talking about 600 vehicles, purchasing 600 vehicles, and then maintaining those, putting gas into them. I can estimate that that's not going to be cost effective, but could I tell you how many, I'm not sure how I calculate how many vehicles I would need so that 600 people's different schedules could be met. I don't know how to calculate that. Does anybody have a formula?
It's something that once we get the directive from the superintendent or action board, we can work on that. We can hire TASB to conduct the study. We can also help with that. But the data, again, it doesn't exist. We need to go and look into that. And so you can have the information. I can't tell you that it's not cost effective because that's a practice in the majority of the district. But it is something that once we receive the directive, we can put it together for you.
Going forward, we could have these people receiving stipends, track their mileage, and at the end of a month, the end of a semester, at the end of a year, we can compare what we paid out on the stipends versus what we would have paid out, the 55 cent per mile, 65, went up at the 6. So going forward, we could do that, but that means either the board approves a stipend and we do a comparison, or the board does not approve the stipends and we go straight into doing mileage reimbursement, which I don't know the additional personnel we would need to process 600 mileage reimbursement forms.
We would need additional personnel for finance department, additional personnel for payroll, and maybe for HR, so that people can be in charge of that.
So just to get clarification, so what I'm understanding, what I'm hearing is that 600 employees on one day are traveling to and from the DSE or from school or to a house to provide some service. That's what I'm hearing. 600 students.
I'm not saying every day, Mr. Barrera. I am saying on any given day, any of those 600 could be traveling. So it's entirely possible that all 600 are moving on the same day. That's entirely possible. Every day, probably not.
But can we get that information to make that decision? Because who knows? I mean, like I said, I worked for the federal government before, and sometimes there are certain employees that do have we have a motor pool for that same reason, because they were constantly driving, so it was more cost effective to assign them a vehicle, and that's what they used.
What I would recommend is that the travel stipends, the mileage stipends be approved, and that going forward, we ask those employees receiving them to track their miles submit them to the supervisor monthly, and then we'll have data to compare. That would be my recommendation of probably the best thing going forward.
Do a random sampling instead.
Well, let's, I agree with Dr. Carmen. Let's.
Okay, but I was talking, can we do a random sampling instead? Because looking at $174 a month in the stipend, the current IRS rate is 65.5 cents. That's 266 miles. It's actually just under 266 miles. I rounded up. Assuming that employees drive 20 days out of the month, because there's 20 working days, that comes out to about 13 miles a day. I know I drive almost 10 miles from my house to the DSC for this meeting and back. So just 5 miles each way from my house. I don't think I live very far. And that's 10 miles, 3 miles short of what I would need to achieve for driving during any given day to get this particular stipend. So, but I do agree that we should have, some type of auditing so that we can demonstrate that we are being fiscally responsible. Just don't think that it needs to be everybody, because that is an undue burden. They're already trying to teach students, they're already trying to manage campuses, they're already, everything else, and now we're gonna add this as well. I thought we had discussion up here on how we wanted to try and reduce paperwork, not add more. So if we were to do a random sampling so that it's not burdening everybody all the time, and it can be different people. It can be, different group of people, 1 month or 1 week or whatever it is we choose to do. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is before us right now. We can ask Dr. Carmen to develop that program, make sure it's not burdensome, and yet at the same time, we're being fiscally responsible. I predict that what we're going to find is the stipend is unfortunately significantly low.
I can tell you in cabinet, we had cabinet members pull up their mileage last 2 weeks of school, and they are ready to go to mileage reimbursement instead of stipends immediately. But certainly, we could do a random sampling. We could sample 10% of those 600 each month, alternate who we sample. I would think at least initially, we'd want to go lower percentages with the teachers that travel, but more of that burden onto administration personally. But we could do that. We could do a random sampling, roughly 10%, and rotate that monthly.
You do 100, I think that would be, that there's 600 stipends that are handed out.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
You do 100 random and go with that data, and then
Yes, we can take samples from different groups.
for the
so more
month,
than,
not individual, right?
Yes, more than random, just to take true examples from different groups, and also calculate a potential expenses if we have that system, because we need to set up structure and central office on payroll, finances, HR. Who's going to do all that work, right? So, we talked about that before. We just need the directive from the superintendent.
Next stipend I had a question about was the cell phone stipend. I know that the district pays out over $10,000 a month, am I correct? In stipends, various departments?
Yes, it's a total of about 150,000 for approximately 225 employees.
Yes, and it's selective that these employees get it, but, we require teachers. I'm not saying we pay teachers stipends, cell phones, but we should eliminate the cell phone stipend and just have the phones distributed by the district to whoever is necessary, so we can keep track, so we can know, so we can have records retention and not say, oh, I lost my personal phone. These stipends are at $50, which is basically a full plan, unlimited plan. So we're paying for their personal time as well as whatever work. But we don't cover, we don't pay for teachers who are pretty much required to have phones too. So we're being selective. We should just get rid of the stipend, that way everybody is the same. If the superintendent feels cabinet needs their own phone, issue it out. Because teachers have to use the phone in their class dojo, call parents. So I think we just need to eliminate that one and have the district assign phones.
So we did talk about what that would look like if we assigned it, and you're right, we came up with approximately $50 a month per phone, and it is basically a wash. However, on that, we have additional accounts payable work on that and additional staff keeping track of it, auditing it. So that's the intent of the stipend, which is very similar to the mention.
Also, again, going back to time in the city, the city felt they need to communicate, they'll give you the phone. And the plans come out cheaper too. They give you the phone and the plan, and go with that. But you're accountable. At the end of the day, they can take your phone and seize the data, whatever. It's their phone. Here, who knows what happens to that data and stuff. You need to just eliminate the cell phone stipend, let the district take over that. That's my observation here.
Not always easy to seize the phone. Some people just refuse to bring it back.
Yeah, but you have a remote device manager, you can remote into the phones. That's how you do it.
That's for laptops too.
See, we give them laptops, so you can give them a phone.
Yes, eliminating the stipend, it doesn't eliminate the cost, because in one way to another, it needs to be paid. So I personally wouldn't like to be carrying 2 phones all day. And, but it's not about eliminating the stipend. Well, we need also to pay the $50 per month, plus the equipment as well. And then again, who's gonna track it? And all that. It's another situation that is cost-effective for the district, and that's our recommendation from administration. Mm-hmm.
So maybe a happy medium, if we're saying an individual phone can be serviced for $50, which I think I pay more than that, and we're using personal phones, maybe we just decrease the stipend, maybe cut it in half and say, use it for business, use it for personal, instead of doing away with it and trying to track and give employees a second phone, maybe we just reduce it to 25. Maybe that's a solution.
Also, we can get a cost analysis of actually how many phones and what it would cost to have a separate plan with T-Mobile, Verizon, whoever. We'll look into that. We can have all the options available.
So at this moment, what is being recommended?
So these 2 items are going to be up for a motion discussion. So if we could go on to employee compensation, Mr. Nahara? So I know administration is looking at 2%. Compensation, and we all know every year is very difficult. It's a very tough decision.
Still finished with the stipends.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Garcia.
There's one more stipend that I had a question about. It was the Campus Excellence Stipend. When this thing was passed in November of 2021, it passed as a recruitment stipend, but we paid it out last year. And that meant it would be a retention stipend, but we never changed it over to a retention stipend. So can we look into that? Why is it still being paid out? It started as a recruitment, even the attorney, this is a recruitment stipend. This is Blanco, said it in the November board meeting. It's a recruitment stipend. Okay, he's recruited, but we paid him the following school year, this stipend was paid out. So it's become it doesn't automatically change to a retention stipend, but it was paid out. We never voted to change the title. There was no definition when that stipend was created, and I even brought that up when Carmona was here, that these stipends were not defined. So can you look into that? Because it was a recruitment stipend, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir, and we can add that information on Friday.
Yes, please.
Yes.
And that's all I have on the stipends.
So the intention with the compensation is a live document. You always have the opportunity to amend changes every month. And what we do is just every time you approve something to add or delete, we just go next day to the website and update it there. So we're just requesting to consider and approve the compensation so we can start the school year, and then you always have the opportunity to make changes on that.
Mr. Guerra?
So I guess one of the advantages that we had this year about doing the budget is that we were fortunate that the 2 other larger districts went before we did. That's never happened before. So we got to see what Isleta did and what El Paso did. Isleta did a 3.65, and El Paso did a 2%. Isleta said last year they lost 300 students, and this year they're looking at predicting 300 students. Socorro, on the other hand, we're a growing district. and we're averaging probably about 1,000 students per year. We're talking about, we had over 200 employment jobs open, and half of those are teacher employment jobs. And we're just talking about if we want to retain and recruit highly qualified teachers and employees, we have to do a better job on our compensation. This is what I'd like to recommend. Number one, I'd like to increase our teacher salary, starting salary, from $57,500 to $60,500. Number two, increase the bus driver's pay to $20 an hour. Number three, request, like that was presented on a board meeting on Monday in our budget, to request to pay the years of service to the maximum with a 4% increase. Number four, a 4% across the board for all employees. And number five, $1,000 stipend to be paid in August from the rainy day fund.
The 4% all employees
A 4% to all employees.
and $1,000.
And a $1,000 stipend to all employees. That money will come out of rainy day fund, and the 4%, what Selena Stiles presented to us, request to pay years of service to the maximum with a 4% increase
For the non-exempt
for
employees.
non-exempt employees,
Yes,
correct?
we present the constraints for that. You want me to repeat that? That is just for current employees? It's going to start for this next school year. It's not retroactive, which is July 1st.
Correct, July 1st.
Ah, the microphone. Okay. So for that option that we present as board requested, we just have some constraints and we want to clarify on that. We're going to work in those years of experience with the constraints of just current employees, non-exempt, effective July 1st.
And not changing the placement.
And we're not changing the placement of midpoint for new hires.
Correct.
Can I get clarification, Mr. Guerra? I thought you said all employees, but is it all that were presented, the non-exempt and
All-
the few exempt?
All the ones that they presented on our
Presented, as
budget
presented.
workshop on Monday, the 4%,
Yes, sir.
but the 4% increased compensation to all employees.
Thank you for that clarification.
So there's,
If I can just make a comment, Mr. Nahara? So just so that I'm understanding as well, for the budget purpose, of course. For the general increase, we're looking at a 4% increase, which would be 12 million.1. $20 for the bus drivers with the 4%. That preliminarily, I was asking Ms. Stiles for that information. We're looking at about $350,000. If we went to $60,500 with the 4% increase, that would cost a total of $4.4 million. And compression with 4%, we're looking at $553,000. And a stipend of $1,000 is $6,500,000 for a total of $24 million.
Correct.
that
And
we
the
would be-
$1,000 stipend, they could come out of the rainy day fund.
So all of this would be coming out of fund balancer. So
Yes, ma'am.
currently, we have 6 million of that already embedded into our budget. So we're looking at that $15 million deficit plus an additional 18 million. I just want to make sure that that's what.
Correct.
Okay.
What was the total of what was proposed? Again?
24 million. It's 23,966,000 to be exact.
Okay, thank you.
And some of this may or may not reflect fringe benefits. So it could be an additional 5 to 10%.
motion by Mr. Guerra.
Stipends to be approved. They are part of the motion.
And to approve the stipend as the way it was presented to us in our board package.
The compensation plan.
Compensation, yes.
Include the compensation.
Second.
So we have a motion made by Mr. Guerra, which I'm not going to repeat, but I hope we got it. Yeah, if not, it's
Would you like me to
recorded.
repeat it to make sure I have it? Okay. Starting salary for teachers at $60,500, $20 minimum for bus drivers, Years of service paid at 4% for non-exempt employees as presented at the board workshop. 4% across the board for increase and $1,000 retention payment to be paid in August. And approval of the compensation plan as presented.
Which includes the stipends.
Correct.
And a second by Ms. Nájera. Any further discussion?
Clarification? Oh, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
The one thing that I would like to add is, should the 88th legislature mandate additional compensation to educators and employees not included herein, the district will comply with such mandate.
Absolutely.
Mr. Castellano?
Just to confirm, the cost of 23.9 million, right? Plus or minus, well, plus.
The total
plus the
is
5 to 10.
24 million. 6 million of that is already embedded in the budget, so it'd be an additional $18 million of deficit from our fund balance.
Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The item passes.
Thank you.
Item 9C, consider approval of the 2023-2024 school district budget. Ms. Perez.
Good evening again. This evening, we do have I'm sorry, let me get one more book. I'm obviously not used to paper. We do have the 23-24 budget presented. Has not changed from the time that we presented it at our board workshop as well as our public hearing. So what you have in front of you is the revenues by object group, as well as the expenditures by function, which is what the board adopts at. For general fund, child nutrition, and debt service for a total of $594,487,158. I do want to note before we have any other discussion on it, function 11 is 300 million, and that is 50% of the general fund. That is a very healthy amount for general fund to be in instructional. Overall instructional, which are functions 11, 12, and 13, that is at 60% of the general fund. 6,100, which are the payroll, we have 427 million of that 500 million total, which is 85% of the general fund. And you'll notice that the function 71 on the debt service is just a little bit higher, and that was due to GASB 87. All we had to do was move over the copiers as part of an accounting process. So they normally would have been in either function 53 or function 11. So those will now be in function 71. So that one is significantly higher than normal. I would be happy to entertain any questions if you have any at this time. And just for the record, pending all of the compensation plan, we will be going back to the board for additional amounts to make sure that we have enough for the 6,100s in our payroll, as well as any updates that come along with our legislative session. So as we've said many times, the budget is a very living document, so we will be coming back as many times as we possibly can to make sure that we are maintaining and taking care of our students. Any questions?
Questions? A motion for approval?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Ms. Macias, second by Ms. Nájera. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes. Item 9D. We do have a speaker for this item. Mr. Carejo?
Sorry about that, guys. I was congratulating everybody for the raises. First of all, thank you guys. Thank you guys for doing the raise. It's very well deserved. My question is, what took you so long? You guys might not like me or not, but at the end of the day, I'm here to fight for that money that you guys are asking for. As you guys asked for
Mr.
it,
Carejo, the
I live
item
for
on
it.
the agenda is 9D, the consider approval of legal services, sir. Would
Great.
you-
Speaking of money, right? So we are here today to talk about the legal counsel. And of course, we all know that the legal counsel services that are going to be approved is Mr. Blanco. He was here in the past. This is why I don't recommend that we go with that legal counsel in the past. We've had HR problems. We've had all these people come in here begging for money, and you guys just tear them down. Why? Word was said earlier, compliance. These people are trying to do their job with the budget that they have. Where did Mr. Blanco and his legal, his attorney team, where were they? Compliance. This young lady, and I feel bad for her, it's not her fault. She couldn't answer the question why there was no compliance when Mr. Blanco was here. So let's talk about money. The price of legal expenses went up this year, did it not? We were all upset, and you said, respectfully, Mr. Nahara, you had commented that the legal counsel did not want to, the new contract. We all know that's not true, Mr. Nahara. Just because you said it, we know it's not true. In God we trust, everything else we verify. So I want to tell everybody here, just because, respectfully, obviously, that Mr. Nahara said something does not mean it's true. Let's talk about the work that Mr. Blanco's company did. Let's talk about HR. Mr. Rudy Campoya. Anybody remember him? Any of you women remember him? What did he have? 25 complaints of sexual assault? What did Mr. Blanco do? No question. I'm simply asking about Mr. Blanco.
Mr. Carejo, that is
Public
accusatory, it's
scrutiny?
defamatory.
No, sir. Public
We
scrutiny.
have a grievance process, if you would like to follow a grievance process.
Obviously-
But you are making accusations
No, sir.
to an employee.
No, sir. What you're doing is just preventing me from practicing my freedom of free speech. Public scrutiny,
No, sir.
Sir, public scrutiny is not a reason to kick anybody out. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to silence me.
No, sir, I'm not trying to silence you. I am warning you that you should not make accusations.
Can you tell me right now that Mr. Camboya did not leave the district under any sort of legal clout?
Mr.
Answer the
Carejo,
question,
I am not
sir.
going to answer employment questions
Why not, sir?
because employees have rights.
Respectfully speaking, sir, the taxpayers need to know how much money
Mr.
was
Carejo,
spent.
we are talking about item 9D.
Right, which is what? Legal counsel, correct?
Sure.
And you guys are going to try to get Mr. Blanco's company to go ahead and get that RFQ, right? So what I'm talking about is, hold on, I have one more sentence to go. I know I did not give you $2,500 for your campaign. She did, or they did. And this is what I'm talking about right now. If you're going to follow rules and regulations, you got $2,500 too, Mr. Guerra. I wouldn't notch your head either. So what I'm here is, you're not following rules and regulations. You are picking and choosing. Mr. Blanco here swept everything in the carpet. Why can't you retain employees? Well, Mr. Campoya, who had 25 accusations of sexual abuse, sexual harassment.
Okay, Mr. Carejo, that's it.
Hold
Your
on, I
time's
have
out.
one more
No,
sentence.
sir. You're done. Sir, you have gone on just about as long as Ms. Hernandez did, and I simply did it as a courtesy because she was trying to make it a point. Thank you, Mr. Carejo. You're done, sir. So item 9D is consider approval of legal services. Ms. Perez.
Yes, sir. So as directed by the board, the administration did evaluate the legal counsel RFQs that were submitted. We had all of cabinet as well as 5 additional directors who directly deal with the general counsel. And so the recommendation from the administration is there in your packet. And again, this is completely our recommendation, and it is at the board's discretion to choose a legal counsel.
Oh, a correction, the board did not direct you guys to rate. We said it
Yes,
was
sir,
a
we did.
board decision. No, we
The
said it was.
board president.
I asked.
But we went, it was just gonna be a board decision.
It
Right,
is
but we
at
did
this
ask them to
moment.
do the rankings, and we did ask them to present them at the last board meeting.
And just so that it's accurate, the rankings weren't actually done the way rankings are normally done. Because if I'm not mistaken, when we actually select a vendor, you guys also deduct points because they're either a current or previous vendor that have been here with the district, right?
We do have a criteria rubric that we do use, and so each item has a point value, and each individually does assign a point value individually. So these rankings are based on our individual assessments of each of these councils, general councils.
Because I've seen previous ones where I have seen points deducted, and when I looked at this one, points weren't deducted because it was a prior vendor for here, or prior contractor from here. So it was when I look at it and I saw it, it was very selective, and there was information that was obviously intentionally left out compared to the way we usually do the process of it.
As far as I know, we have never had any negative points on
Mrs.
any of
Pettis.
our rubric. Yes, sir.
When the district has bond money, to try and ensure that the money is split evenly, there's a process where if a vendor, a contractor is given the first school and they bid on the second school, they do lose points. But that is specific to bond programs. I don't know if we've used it for any other purchases.
That I know of, no, sir.
RFQs or RFPs.
Mm-mm.
That is specific to bond program projects, sir.
I've seen it otherwise.
Yes, ma'am.
For clarification, our recent prior council, did they submit for this RFQ?
No, ma'am.
And then secondly, when they were selected, did administration also make a recommendation?
Yes, I believe it was vetted internally first, and they picked the top 5, and then those were given over to the board so that they can discuss and choose from those.
Thank you for teaching me.
Yes, ma'am.
We weren't given that. It was just a selection that was made. We came up on that board meeting and discussed it. There was no selection by the, selection of an attorney falls under BDD legal, not CH. And it's funny that you're going to quote CH because it was this attorney that his contract was renewed in violation of policy CH, and we want to bring him back. You know, there's some problems with your number one choice. You know, we can go back to 2021 when the stipend issue came up, and the answer we got was, I don't know. When I asked him in October about the cell phone stipend, and he's like, I don't know. When in November, when the number of stipends increased, I asked him about it. Well, I'm not aware about it. I go, I just made you aware about it. And we went back to October. The answer, I don't know. That's what we got from it. Now we have a problem with the stipends that we have to face with TEA. And this was his work, okay? We didn't have a federal procurement plan in place. Okay, that's what the previous council just said. They had to develop one, and that's why we're having the problems with E3. We have construction contracts that were out of date. This was all the time period he was here. These are federal and state laws that we were looking at.
So pertaining to
we
this
did not
agenda
have a
item,
request for sealed proposals for land. He even brought up that when it came down for the concession stands there at the SAC, he reviewed the contract, and the contract was a construction contract that was modified for an advertising contract, which gave him no concession rights, and he had to modify that to clarify that. And this stuff was taking place in the previous 10 years. He was cleaning it up, as Camille Ponick was cleaning it up as it went along. These are failures from the past legal counsel, and you still chose him over that. One of the last things I really find difficult to select that firm is that even up here, he said, I have friends here. He can't have friends. He answers to the board. He needs to make the right decision without having that friendship in the back of his head interfere with his decisions to protect the entity of the Socorro Independent School District.
thank you for your comments, sir. Just as
Mrs.
a
Pettis, do you
note,
mind if I interject here?
by all means, sir, yes.
I mean, considering that I think the first comment was directed at me, I'm happy to answer. As far as federal procurement, CH Legal and Local guide our procurement for any state, any measure, and each grant may have guidelines within it. ESSA, for example, we can do RFP, RFQ, or Through co-ops and job contracts, we can do 3 competitive bids. That is a process we followed. No attorney with Escamilla Ponic, to my knowledge, changed our policy or our practice. They simply reviewed the AIA contracts and made modifications and edits to that.
To protect the district.
We did follow, we requested 3 bids the first time with the company you referenced. This past time, we sent 6 companies an invitation to participate. 4 participated, and we brought the lowest bid. That falls well within the guidelines of the ESSA grant. So, to my knowledge, we did not get any changes to CH local or legal. Well, legal wouldn't have changed from our attorney, and we did follow the procurement processes both by board policy and the measures of the grant.
We do have the Edgar purchasing procedures that is run through federal programs, and that is reviewed annually.
We have some good law firms that are listed. You listed them number 2. I think they're the ones that would be the most beneficial to the district, that all the board members should be able to work with, and not as friends, but because they are professionals.
I think there are accusations being made tonight that aren't founded, that besmirch the name of the Blanco firm. A year ago, when this board was replacing Mr. Blanco's firm as legal counsel, I asked twice for concerns or reasons of why we were getting rid of this firm. And the only response I ever got was it was an option. Mr. Blanco has represented in the past this firm. I have never heard a complaint except for the accusations that Mr. Castellano has made that aren't proven. I think it is important for our district to have a local attorney. I think it is important for us to be able to trust our legal counsel. And I also, because administration works more with our legal counsel as much as the board does, I think it is important to get their input. And for that reason, I am making a motion to recommend Blanco, Ordonez, Mata, and Wilshire as our legal counsel.
I second.
Motion made by Ms. Nájera to select Blanco, Ordonez, Mata, and Wexler as district legal counsel. Second by Ms. Macias. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So some of those comments are not accusations. They're actually events that actually transpired in front of your face. So it's actually what had happened and has happened. But I mean, if that's the route we're going to go to, and you just mentioned about trusting our attorney, obviously that's not going to happen because when he stood up here and he answered up questions, obviously he couldn't talk to his soon potential employer professionally in the way he responded. And so that's already going to be out of the question, but obviously it's going to make it more difficult for this board to come together as a team of 8 and work together and actually be transparent and actually guide the district in the right direction with also the legal matters that come our way.
And just one last comment, Mr. President. We have the TEA investigation that's coming down. That's already been been released. And we voted to keep it from the public, but it's going to come out, and this happened under his watch, and that's all.
And
That's,
Mr. Castellano, it
Go
was
ahead.
answered last time. Our legal attorney does not act as administration for our district. If there were any mistakes made, they were done by the district, not our legal counsel.
And you know, and every time we hired that legal counsel, when he was going to do certain cases for a certain teacher that worked in our district who was terminated, we had to hire another attorney, Thompson Horton, and that cost us about $100,000. And this attorney that we had cost us close to $900,000, just about. So I think it's time that we move forward and go with Blanco and Ordonez and Mata.
did you even read the finance report that was sent out by Escamilla and Ponic? Were there any of those made up? Was any of those charges made up? This were requests by the district employees, and he charged accordingly. You just can't have somebody, hey, go paint my house, and then say, oh, it's too much, I'm gonna throw you, get rid of you. No, it doesn't work like that. But, I mean, you got the vote, do what you gotta do. No more comment.
Back to the motion, Mr. Nahara, could I interject from administration's point? It might be wise for the board to consider naming general counsel and at this point naming a backup counsel. There could be instances where we're developing an interlocal agreement or an MOU, and the attorney, especially being local, could be representing that other, whether it's a community college or district, and we would have to have separate representation. Similarly, there could be a non-renewal or termination situation where it is best practice to have two separate firms, one presenting the case for administration and one that represents the board in those processes. So if the board would consider that, that might be helpful to administration and the operations of the school district.
Dr. Carmen, in the past, when we had Steve Blanco for the past 8 or 9 years, we never had another legal presentation. They done their work. If we do a retainer, or hire someone else, with the terms we had before, we just got Thompson and Horton. I think we just move forward with one legal counsel and go with the motion that Ms. Nahara made.
Further discussion? So we have a motion made by Ms. Nahara, second made by Ms. Macias. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Item passes. Moving on to item E, consider approval of miscellaneous professional services district-wide.
Yes, sir. According to policy CH, we do need to have board approval and the proper procedures done for anything over $100,000. This specific item is something that we have previously had. It has expired, so we opened it up. This is for all kinds of professional services, mechanical engineering, all kinds of engineering, plumbing, electrical. So we are recommending these 32 companies for a 2-year term of bid with 3 one-year possible extensions.
Motion to approve?
I would like to say something before. I know that we
Yes.
pulled an item.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
We have a motion on the table made by Ms. Nahara. Do I have a second?
We can have a second and then discussion.
Okay, motion dies. Ms. Macias?
And I'm sorry about that. I'll read my book next time. My concern is, I believe there is one of the companies that was in question that we decided to hold off till next time to have it, or to bring that item back. It was pulled during consent, and I believe that company is part of this. I think there was, how many companies, Ms. Bettis?
There was E3 Integral Solutions, Professional
So I
Services
don't-
Industries.
Thank you. So I don't know if that has any bearing. I just wanted to bring it to light so that we could vote appropriately with that in mind.
Thank you, Ms. Macias. So, Ms. Bettis, then a question for you.
Yes.
This RFQ, considering that E3 is one of the companies listed, as Ms. Macias stated, I believe the options before us are to either postpone this item until the next board meeting, and I don't know if there is a time-sensitive requirement here, or considering that the other item is hold, to approve administrative recommendations excluding E3 until we're able to resolve the other item.
So just to clarify, we would be excluding the individuals that were in the other 3 agenda items, and then would we be bringing them back in a subsequent month to approve for any other miscellaneous contracts? Because I know that the other agenda item was the specific one for LED lighting. This is for general services, and I completely understand we don't want to just plug them into that contract, and I completely understand that. But would they be available for future work after that, or are we just going to exclude them all completely?
I don't think we're trying to exclude them at all completely. I just think we're trying to, clarify the entire situation. So,
Okay.
Is it possible to postpone this item one more month?
We can postpone it. Let me check with Gabby. Is it going to impede any of our processes in the district? I think considering it's summertime, I think it'll be fine.
So I need a motion to postpone item E.
I second.
I'm sorry, I need a motion.
Oh, motion to postpone
Okay.
item E.
And a second. Okay, and that is to postpone item E to the next regular board meeting. Made by Ms. Macias, second by Mr. Castellano. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Okay, item is postponed. Item F, consider approval of resolution of policy CDA local.
So according to the resolution, I do have to go over the CDA local policy. The one in your book was not highlighted, so I did put this, we did add that to your seat there. And I'll just go over some very basic parts of CDA local, and then I'll open it up for any kind of questions. The very first line does state that the superintendent and other person designated by board resolution shall serve as the investment officer, which is in a subsequent agenda item. Down below, it says the primary goal of the investment program is to ensure safety of principal, to maintain liquidity, and to maximize financial returns. On page 2, under investment management, it is the district funds shall be in accordance with the standard of care and investment training, which I was in yesterday and today. And just so you know that the investment officers do have to maintain 8 hours every 2 years that they are here. If they are new to the district, they have 1 year. If this is their first time attending investment training, they have 10 hours. So the first one and any first timers will have 10 hours. So. And those are usually done by independent sources, and they do have to be independent so that they are not part of any other future vendor that we might be investing with. So I do mine with a university. We won't be investing with a university, and they do it via Zoom, so it's very cost effective. Under liquidity and maturity, the district investment portfolio shall have sufficient liquidity to meet anticipated cash flow requirements. We do have one of our investment officers on a monthly basis do a cash flow analysis to see just how much cash we're going to need for our payments for that month. We make sure that we do have sufficient, as well as any excess will go towards investments. Our diversity, the investment portfolio shall be diversified in terms of investment instruments, and it's not to say the amounts, it's to say like this much in pools, this much in CDs, this much in et cetera. So we do have a very good diversified portfolio because of our investment advisors. Under monitoring market prices, the investment officer shall monitor the investment portfolio and shall keep the board informed of significant changes in the market value of the district's investment portfolio. I do believe that we've been doing a great job of informing the board of how we're doing on a quarterly basis. And again, we do provide information on how those rates look looking ahead. Under monitoring rating changes, the investment officer shall develop a procedure to monitor changes in investment ratings and to liquidate investments that do not maintain satisfactory ratings. We do have a process on a quarterly basis that we do report what our ratings are, and our investment officer is really great at that part. On the last page, under portfolio report, in addition to the quarterly report required by law and signed by the district's investment officer, a comprehensive report on the investment program and activity shall be presented annually to the board. So we do present on a quarterly basis to the committee as well as to the board, and we do have one annual which is done either most likely in August or September to wrap up the June 30th. The board shall review this investment policy and investment strategies no less than annually, and shall document its review in writing, which shall include whether any changes were made to either the investment policy or investment strategies. So under the resolution, on page 468, we do have a resolution that states that we have reviewed it, and that I can tell you right now that there are no changes to the investment strategies or the policy. And at this time, I'd open it up for any questions.
Questions?
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion to approve made by Ms. Macias, seconded by Mr. Guerra. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. Next item, also Ms. Perez, consider approval of resolution to appoint investment officers.
So on the first line, sir, we talked about how the superintendent or other person designated by board resolution shall serve as the investment officer. This resolution is requesting that the board allow for the CFO, the Director of Business Services, and staff accountant serve as the district's investment officer. I could give you names specifically, however, if we put that on a resolution, we're limiting ourselves to just those people, and God forbid they should leave, then we would have to come back to the board in the middle of the year. So we would like to designate those 3 individuals as investment officers. Any questions?
Have a motion?
I'm sorry. I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
If we're appointing investment officers, I mean, I'm sorry if I understood you correctly, we're appointing investment positions, not actual people, correct?
We are designating the individuals as officers and custodians of the investments, and we would be the ones that are required to attend training and required to sign off on the investment reports. We're the ones that are liable for any information that goes to the board, and we are the ones that are responsible for reporting to the board on a quarterly and an annual basis. So it's not so much a position, but more of a duty.
Okay, but you're going to be named, not just your title.
Correct.
It's
So
like-
I can name them if you would like.
It's like a lot of our policies say the superintendent. We
Or
never
his
say
designee,
Dr.
right.
Carmen, right? And so this is the same thing. It's very specific positions, but not naming the individuals in case there's a change in the role. In the person who occupies that role, we don't have to bring the policy back,
Correct.
revise it every single time just because the person filling that very specific role has changed.
I can tell you that I've done this 2 different ways. One with naming an individual person, and I did have to go back in the middle, especially when you have more than one investment officer. You do have to go back and approve this one if they leave, or if somebody comes in that's new, or if there's a change in positions. And I have done, as a result of those going back to the board, I did do it to have the position appointed as the person. So either way, however you want to do it is completely okay. I'm good with either way.
And the 3 positions are Chief Financial Officer, Director of Business Services, and Staff Accountant, correct?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Motion to approve as written?
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Bacia, second by Ms. Nájera. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. Item H, also Ms. Perez, consider approval of resolution designating the Chief Financial Officer to calculate a no new tax rate.
Yes, sir. So when we start getting our certified values in July, we will talk about what that no new tax rate is, and then I can tell you it is a very complex calculation. But in order for me to be able to present that to the board before we adopt a tax rate, we do have to have a resolution that designates me or another individual to calculate that rate. So that means that I would have to go to the trainings, which are virtual, and then I would be the one responsible for reporting that to the board as well. So this is very similar to the previous agenda,
Motion to
only it's
approve.
for taxes.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Mr. Guerra, seconded by Ms. Nájera. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The item passes. Moving on to the next item, Ms. Perez, this is not you. Ms. Fierro, consider approval of final contract sum for Socorro High School reconstruction.
Yes, sir. So this item, as I mentioned to you in my previous presentation, this is Facilities Construction is recommending the approval for Package 1 of Socorro High School Reconstruction, Package 1. That includes the baseball, softball fields, the band practice lot, and the tennis courts. We have a deducted change order of $1,297,417.54 and a final payment of $14,443.24.
Questions?
Now, just for clarification, deductive change order, that means that's the money that we saved?
Yes, ma'am.
Good job. That's it.
Have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Ms. Macias, second by Mr. Guerra. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. Thank you, Ms. Fierro.
Thank you.
Mr. Hartman, consider approval of transportation hazardous route designation.
Good evening, Board President Nájera, board members, Dr. Carmen. My name is Dexter Harmon, Director for Transportation. I'm here tonight to present to you a follow-up for the recommendation that was made, or the presentation that was made last month in reference to hazardous routes for some of our communities. I'll just briefly describe what we had done. I'm just here to report that we successfully had 2 community meetings. We had a much better turnout at the meeting held at John Enser Middle School. We did have a good amount of community members, parents that were there. All questions, all concerns were addressed. Nothing significant that I felt that we'd have to report back to the board. And I'll just briefly go over again that what we had discussed, or what the recommendation that we were making was to designate a neighborhood that was once under the umbrella of hazardous routes for John Enser will now be designated underneath the neighborhood for East Lake Middle School, and that, of course, was due to the to the boundary changes for the campuses. Just again, touch on the fact 2 routes again that were affected. 2 boundary changes were John Drugan Middle School, where 1 bus was removed and another bus was removed for Loma Verde. And again, because those boundaries now pertain to the campus, it's within the 2-mile boundary. And again, all questions, all concerns with the community were addressed. No significant, anything that I feel we could report. So, any questions?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by Ms. Nájera, seconded by Ms. Macias. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Mr. Harmon.
Thank you.
All right, on to executive session. The meeting is to be closed to receive letters regarding intruder detection audit report findings for several campuses, for discussion regarding amendment to the employment contract of the superintendent, for administrative recommendations for principal and assistant principal positions under Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, and 551.074. Again, it's 6:21, and the time is 9:30. We're back from executive session. The time is 10:49. The date is still 6/21. Moving on to new business, discussion and possible action regarding amendment to the employment contract of Superintendent Nate Carmen. Make a motion to amend the superintendent's contract as discussed in executive session, pending legal review, and authorizing the board president and secretary to sign.
Second.
Motion made by myself, seconded by Ms. Nájera. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The item passes. Moving on to item 11B, consider approval of administrative recommendations. We start with the principal at SSG Manuel R. Puentes Middle School.
President Nájera and members of the board, administration is pulling the agenda item for the role of principal at Staff Sergeant Manuel R. Puentes Middle School.
Moving on then to assistant principal at Socorro Middle School.
President Nájera and members of the board, administration recommends Manuel Charles Cerros to assume the role and responsibilities as the new assistant principal of Socorro Middle School.
Motion to approve?
Second.
A motion to approve by Ms. Nájera, second by Ms. Macias. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The item passes. Congratulations. There being no further business before this board, we'll go ahead and adjourn. The time is 10:50. Again, the date is 6/21.